Hello, chat. How's it going? Are you having a good day? Are you having a terrible day? Is it just, you know, so mama? Well, regardless, I hope that it's going well enough that you can enjoy this. Whether it's a stream archive or you're catching it live. Either way, hope you enjoyed. We're going to be farming a lot today, unsurprisingly. We'll probably progress the story a teensy tiny diddly bit. But for the most part, we're going to be doing a lot of murdering and those types of things. Which is fine, I think. As you can probably tell by the fact that I am not in the location where I ended the stream last time, since I played Friday, I did play again for 3 hours, I think. I don't know. It's someone, if like they really feel like you could check the playtime difference between the save screens, but something like 3 hours, I think. It's either 2 or 3 hours. I don't remember. I threw something on. I think I was watching Dragon Ball Super. I threw that on and then was farming with this one sound off and trying to get some pieces from the junk heap. Obviously, that's where we are right now. You might be wondering why we're back here, because I said in a previous stream that we were done with this location, and we would have been done with this location if this weren't the remake, but that is not the case. This is the remake, and there's additional weapons to increase. So I came back here to come collect Damascus steel, as well as farm a little bit more memory alloy. Mainly with the Damascus steel though, because even though you are able to get it in the recycled world, you have it's a decent chance to get it here, I think, as well. So, and I got the Damascus steel pretty quickly, faster than the memory alloys, I'll say, because for some reason I still need memory alloys, which is just, well, it's very confusing to me. Why do we need so many memory alloys? You know what I mean? Like, that's why. At the same time, you know, it's okay. Also, during the course of all that farming, I believe I leveled up twice. So we are now 2 levels higher than we were previously. Not that it really matters, and not like anyone's actually really keeping track at all, I think, because it doesn't matter. I think the answer is no. Oh yeah. I would have probably done more farming this weekend if I didn't have a visitor. So Friday was when I did, the big stream, and then a little bit Saturday morning, I think I did some more, but a good chunk of Saturday was spent preparing for my friend to show up, even though he got 2 late starts. Like, he was originally going to leave in the morning, like 10, 11-ish or so. He didn't actually end up leaving his place until around like 12:30, something like that. Even, well, maybe like 1 or so. I think around 1 is when he picked up a package from my parents, because this is a friend from my hometown, and he was doing me a solid in his visit. Okay, damn. In his visit to not only bring up himself, but to bring up a package that I have been waiting for a year and a half. Mind you, I have been home more recently than a year and a half, but after my birthday a couple months ago, or 3 months. What year? What day is it? What month? A while ago. I went home, visited, and then came back, and then like the day after or something like that, the package I'd been expecting arrived. So, you know, it's the way of it. Life is funny like that. But it was the 600,000 subscriber merchandise from Nekomata Okuyu, which came with a nice blanket with a big old like tapestry style picture of her, which is nice. It's a little bit larger than life-sized, so you can't quite pretend that you're hugging the real her, but you can get an approximation if you so feel. It also came with 2 pictures, one of which is signed by her, which is rather nice. It's got like that like the golden Sharpie. It's like a gold colored Sharpie thing, but that's nice. So, and they're in like little sleeves, so they're not too crazy. I kind of want to get a little frame for it or something, because that would be nice. But maybe I'll wait until I get the 1 million subscriber special stuff that I also ordered. Because I believe that one comes with a handwritten letter from her. So, or something along those lines. I had to go look it up again, but I bought it because, I mean, really the only virtual YouTubers who I buy merchandise for are Kaguya, Luna, and Okuyu. And Okuyu is the only active one nowadays, because Luna doesn't really do too much anymore, it seems. I mean, you know, she's the alter ego of Mika Palazzo, who I think was busy with other art-related things, so.
What can I help you with?
So, as you can see, we need necklaces. And I still need Damascus steel, annoyingly enough, which is why I'm back here at the junk heap. And I think I might need memory alloy, possibly. No, okay, no memory alloy needed, so not that. But the singular piece of, no, sorry, the 2 pieces of Damascus steel I was hoping to get from here. So, I was thinking we would do that first, because if we don't, then we're gonna have to double back. Like, granted, we will have to double back here anyway to do all the upgrades in the first place, but that said, I just feel like doing it now, I guess, or at least until we get semi-bored with it, I suppose. Something of that nature. But once we get that stuff, then we'll go and we'll fight some shades in probably, I'm thinking we start with the Lost Shrines rooftop, because there's a few of those types of shades there, and I don't think that they drop bracelets. Like, of the 3 things that we need from them, one of them apparently only really drops in the desert, which sucks, because you only get 2 possible spawns, not even guaranteed to get it. And, you know, people have reported, you know, either taking, it's like, oh, like 40 minutes to 3 hours. Either way, you know, it's that nasty weapon grind. And you gotta, I mean, at some point you gotta wonder how much of this type of pain that they keep in here is just from them being faithful to the original and not changing it, versus like just deciding, like, as a choice that they were gonna keep this type of thing, you know? Because I'm sure plenty of people probably would have complained if they had changed it and like increased the drop rates and those types of things. Speaking of, We don't have anything better right now. Sad. But luckily... Okay, just making sure that we have that the weapon drop up assigned. So, the good thing about Damascus Steel is that it only drops, as far as I know, it only drops in this room. Which means that, technically speaking... What's with that dead zone? Technically speaking, we can come here, check for it. I'm pretty sure that box would have had it. And then if we don't have it, we could reload. I've also seen people's recommendations to be like killing yourself here, like game overing on purpose, because it is theoretically, I guess, faster than reloading, but I don't know how much I believe that, to be honest. Like, maybe if we were trying to farm other things here. But we're only trying for the Damascus Steel. Alright, I think we are officially empty of it. So, no Damascus Steel that time, right? Just double check. None. So, we can do... Oh, jeez. We can do this. Basically what we did when we were doing Black Pearl farming. Wait a minute. Chunk heap on floor. Oh, I didn't save. Well, that's fine. We didn't get anything, so... It just means that I'll pop up to the surface real quick, I guess. Which is fine. So it would take like 2 seconds longer because we had to actually go down, ride the elevator, and then go from there, but it's fine. So anyway, like I said, I had a visitor this weekend, and we really didn't do too much. I mean, the first day, like, we actually went outside, which was a shock. Normally this friend and I, we don't really do anything besides stay inside and play games. That's kind of always been what we do for the most part. So I'm just going to go ahead and save over here, just to save that small amount of time next time. So now we'll go in. Hey Jay, how's it going? Happy Memorial Day if you are in the part of the world that enjoys that, and otherwise happy Monday. Welcome to the Damascus Steel farming portion of the stream, where we are getting 2 pieces of steel. And then we'll be moving on to necklaces and those types of things, and seeing how far we get with that. How's my Memorial Day? It's been good so far. I had a friend visiting this weekend, so him and I played lots of video games and just generally hung out, and I did a lot of cooking. So, because, you know, when someone visits me, I went, why? Yeah, okay, I'm dumb. I don't know what I was thinking there. We want the other later. But when someone visits me, I kind of treat them to food and those types of things, because I like people and want them to keep coming back to my place. So, made breakfast both days, and then we ordered out for food on the other nights. So the first day we hung out and we got burgers, fries, chips, fried pickles, and then went and enjoyed those down by the river. And it was a really nice day out, like really nice. Pretty perfect temperature overall, and sunny, but like not too sunny where like you're blinded or anything like that, like just enough cloud cover. Also, it was, like post 5, so it was fine. And then we Ooh, large gear. And then we walked. We walked through the little nature trail thing. I actually took a really nice picture of some flowers that I forgot to send to myself. Otherwise, I'd show it. Maybe once I don't have to fight things, I'll try to use one hand to email it to myself or something. Alright, we need to get this first. But they're really nice though. And just, oh, is that gonna... No. But, you know, we walked off our burgers, basically, was the intention. And then went back inside, played video games pretty much all night. He stays up later than I do because he works a third shift. Oh no, second? A second shift, I believe. He works until like midnight 30 or so, typically. So, you know, the second half of the day and those things. So he's used to staying up late. Not that I'm not, but I've been going to bed at a more reasonable 12:30-ish in the past few weeks because I don't have as much reason to stay up. With this thing's promising. Fluorite? Damn. Also promising? No, amber. Okay, but normally I go to bed at like 12:30 or so, so he's got like at least 4 to 5 hours longer in his usual schedule, I think, than I do. So he was staying up a little bit later than me, but luckily I prepared cookies ahead of time so he'd have things to eat in the wee hours of the night. And he ate them. He was very pleased with those cookies. So the hazelnut butter cookies with red bean paste centers are a hit. So people like them, and since they do, I'm happy to provide them. And then the next night, or rather than the next morning, well, let's go in order here, I guess. I made what was it? What was it? Oh, I made biscuits. That's what it was. So I made biscuits, and then attempted to make bacon, but I had a bit of a dumbass. Oh, this locks. Had a bit of a dumbass problem between the computer and chair type deal, where so biscuits you put them in the oven on 425, which is the same temperature that you cook bacon at. However, the amount of time required for bacon and biscuits is different. And I kind of forgot that and kind of thought they were the same. So there was a lot of burnt bacon, unfortunately, which is sad because bacon's delicious. And it was okay. I still ate some. Like, it wasn't too charred into hell, but it definitely could have been better that day. But I made biscuits, some gravy, and bacon and eggs. So nice big breakfast to get us ready for our big day of gaming. And then we played games. Basically, like, repeated it. I showed him. He got back into playing Azure Lane, and so I showed him the cute anime that they put out for it. Not the anime that tried to follow the plot of the games or whatever was going on with that show, but the cute one, the Azure Lane Slow Ahead, which is just a slice of life that's based off of the 4-Koma, where you have Javelin, Laffy, Ayanami, and Z23 doing cute things with all the other boat girls. Oh, cool, memory alloy. So that was nice because it's adorable, and he appreciated that, I think. I got a lot further in a dating sim because while he was here, I didn't really want to like play anything too crazy. So just playing Sunrider Academy and getting further in that, which is fun. And that dinner time was we got Nepalese food. Because there's a decently sized Nepalese refugee type thing in this part of the world over yonder. And they make good food if you like saffron and all those things and such, which I do, and curry. So he got the, let's see, what did he get? He got some form of lamb dish. I got chicken curry. And he got chicken momos, and I got vegetable momos because I felt like pretending to be healthy. And that was really good. That was tasty. I ate half of mine that night, and he spilled half of his on the floor when he went to, like, I guess the cap was loose or something on the container of the curry, and he went to pick it up or like take the cap off or something, and he managed to spill it all over the counter and my floor. He cleaned it up, so like no harm, no foul. And luckily, none of like the large pieces of meat or anything like that, like nothing besides sauce got anywhere. So just, you know, sauce got everywhere. So luckily he didn't have to like get additional food or anything like that. So that was a bonus at least. And I got a cleaned kitchen, so that's cool, right? But anyway, I showed him Hades as well, which was fun because he hadn't seen that game, even though I feel like that game is pretty well known, but maybe I'm wrong about that. But I showed him Hades, showed him Sunrider Academy, Genshin Impact, you know, pretty much anything that I was playing, the usual types of dating simulators and other fun little daily activities that I do. He played WoW in Azure Lane like nearly the entire time while we were just chilling and chatting, because that's all we were really doing, is just playing video games and chatting with each other. Very similar to the streams, I suppose. So live action streaming experience or something like that. But it was good. And then this morning's breakfast, I actually have a picture of it because I was fairly proud of myself, like to say, because it came out rather well. So this morning I made pancakes, omelet rather, pancakes, omelets, and bacon. And the pancakes came out pretty well, I thought. Also, I still have red bean paste because, you know, I got a decently sized packet of it, and I've been using it for experiments with random things. Oh, that isn't it. This one? There it is. So there's the that's the breakfast that I served to him this morning. 4 medium-sized, fluffy, thick pancakes. One of which was stuffed with bean paste, and then some scrambled eggs with pepper and salt, obviously, and then some crispy bacon. The bacon, let me show you this nonsense that I did. Sadly, I don't have a better picture, so I'm just gonna have to like crop. Oh god, it's upside down. I'm just gonna have to crop this one, rotate, flip vertical. There we go. Wait, that didn't. What? Flip vertical. I don't think the people who make OBS know what vertical means. There we go. Here, let me try to get in on this. So I don't have a wire rack. So instead, I used some skewers in my cast iron pan to approximate such a thing in order to cook the bacon. Because he mentioned that wire racks, like if you cook bacon on a wire rack, it turns out rather well. Like it heats more evenly, I guess, across the bacon, and also, like, you know, the grease falls off it instead of staying on it, so it's a little bit crispier, which is nice. So, and it was really good. Dirtied all my skewers, but it was good. So I might look into investing in a wire rack, because that was a very nice way to make bacon without like a lot of like issues, I guess. And that time I did it properly, and it was only 16 minutes in the oven. It's important to screw up, I think, sometimes, so that you remember these things, because otherwise I might, like, in the future again forget what temperature and time to run it at. But it's 425 Fahrenheit for 16 minutes. His mnemonic was like sweet 16 or something like that. And I was like, yeah, but how do you know that 16 has anything to do with that? Oh, sweet, Damascus steel. There's one. Awesome. But either way, it turned out really well though. And I learned yesterday that he does not like runny eggs because the egg omelet I made, which is I just make them rolled because I have a small tamagoyaki pan, so it works really well for making small omelets, and then you just kind of roll it up with itself. And it heats really evenly. It's really nice. Like, I can't recommend it enough as far as like just making small dishes for yourself and stuff. It works quite well. And but it was good. And but I rolled it and I made them the way that I like them, which is like, you know, cooked on the outside, and I leave the middle slightly runnier because it's just going to continue to cook as you eat it anyway, or as it sits, and most of the time I'm making more than one thing, so the egg tends to go ahead and like cook the rest of itself without much fanfare. But yeah, he likes his eggs well done. So this time in the picture that you just saw, which was the plate that I served to him, I made sure they were well done by scrambling them up and such, and kind of cooking them for a little bit longer than I would for myself. And I had him rate the breakfasts because I wanted to know if it was good or not by his judgment. And the first breakfast, he's not a big fan of biscuits, it turns out, which I didn't know. But he's not a big fan of like biscuits and gravy type deal. And the egg was slightly not as cooked as much as he would like. And obviously I burnt the bacon that day, so that was a bummer. So that was only a 7 out of 10 meal. Despite it all, even though he doesn't really like biscuits that much, I think he said that like he's most of the time like the biscuits are too flaky or so. I don't remember. Oh, fuck off. I don't remember the exact thing, but basically he likes his biscuits to be easily edible, I suppose, or something. And these ones were, so they brought the rank up, even though lots of things went wrong with that breakfast, sadly. But today's breakfast, that one got a 9 out of 10. So, you know, following what the person likes, making their eggs as they like them, not screwing up the bacon, all those things get you a good score. So I was fairly happy because, like, I cook for myself. Like, I don't think I really need to say always. I mean, I cook for myself because there's no one else here besides me, and I eat what I cook, even if it's like, unless it's completely unedible, which I think I've only done like once. Then generally I eat whatever I cook, and if it turned out well, then great, I make it again that way, or if it turned out terrible, then I don't. But I do like to do food experiments. This morning included one, just for me though, not for him. I didn't feel like subjecting him to it. But when you make an omelet, you have a choice. You can either put water into the omelet, or you can put milk into the omelet. And all the people in the world that I know who make omelets generally use milk. If you're Gordon Ramsay, you use water for some reason, but that's fine. Or, sorry, water and creme fraiche or something because you're fancy. But I just use milk. Learned how to make omelets from my mom. She uses milk. I happen to have chocolate milk in my fridge today. And you can probably see exactly where that went, which is I made myself a chocolate omelet. And I know, and that sounds weird, but also remember that like brownies, cakes, cookies, all sorts of things that you're used to seeing being chocolate, like chocolate cake, chocolate cookies, chocolate brownies. Those have egg in them. Those have milk in them. It works. So, you know, you just ditch the flour and you get yourself a chocolate omelet. Honestly, It wasn't bad. Like, it's not going to be on my weekly rotation of make myself a nice weekend meal, but like I probably wouldn't shy away from making it again for fun or to like freak someone out or something, like green eggs and ham style, because it's kind of like if you had a crepe or something and there was chocolate sauce and you were having this crepe for breakfast, maybe, some people have dessert crepes for breakfast, but you were doing that and there was chocolate sauce, but maybe you also got an egg dish or something because you were at a breakfast place and you felt obligated to or something. And like the chocolate syrup or whatever from the crepe touched your eggs and you're like, well, whatever, I'm just gonna eat them. And you're like, huh, interesting combination. And then you went about with the rest of your day. That's pretty much what those omelets taste like. I mean, it tastes like an omelet, and then you also have like that hint of chocolate. So I guess if you had a glass of chocolate milk and an omelet, and you ate your omelet and then drank some of the chocolate milk, you'd get pretty much the exact same experience. So it was fine. Basically, is what I'm trying to say, even though it sounds weird. But yeah, that was my fun food experiment this morning. I am really happy with how that bacon turned out, though, especially after a day of eating burnt bacon. Having like really nicely cooked bacon, nice and crispy, and everything else kind of going right with that one. It was quite nice. Amber. I'm debating whether or not I want to do reloads here, because it's honestly not really that bothersome, I think, to do this. Like, we get a memory alloy every now and then, so it's fine. And we can just sell stuff, get more money for the eventual gigantic sell-a-thon that we'll do once we have everything upgraded and we don't have to care about anything in our inventory anymore besides healing related items. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna enjoy seeing how high our money will go. So mostly because of that, we'll just enjoy murdering things and not necessarily reloading the save. Though reloading the save obviously would make it all go faster, but I think that'd be if I'm in a rush, which I'm not really. I'm not feeling very rushed today. Perhaps it's just because I've spent spent the weekend being extremely lazy. Can I please pick it up? Oh, see, another memory alloy. But yeah, I was very lazy, and it was quite nice. And I got to be lazy around someone. But also, like, you gonna spawn me a bomb? Thank you. But also, one of the fun things about having someone around is that it motivates you. Like I make myself an egg, typically. If I'm feeling adventurous, then I might make something different. I make biscuits sometimes, like that one time a few weeks ago. I make pancakes on occasion, that one time a couple months ago. But for the most part, I keep it simple for myself. Else I'm feeling like I want to impress someone or want something to tell the stream about, and then I might like try a new recipe and make something interesting. Streaming can be extremely motivating in that regard, I think. I know when I was just starting out streaming, and even nowadays, but especially when I started out streaming, I would go out to different restaurants or those things around in the area, and I'd try to find new things because it would always give me new things to talk about. Whoops. Oh, well, yeah, sure, whatever. The pandemic kind of cut that off. kind of nipped it pretty quick there. But, there's still new things to find every day. I mean, the entire internet's available to us, right? So, and there's a lot of things on the internet that I haven't seen. So there's always something more to learn. Or be horribly disgusted at. Either camp works, I suppose. But the ever-present staple of this stream, I think we'll always be talking about whatever the seasonal anime is and how it's faring, because I watch a lot of that. Though I am behind 2 episodes again on Zombieland Saga Revenge, and I think I'm 1 episode behind on that other show. Wow, why am I blanking? Oh, the Spider Show, because my friend wasn't available, or rather I wasn't available this weekend really to watch anything. And then actually we'll keep this one. And then when I pinged her earlier around 5 today, after my friend left to see if she was available, she had already made plans to go eat. So the friend that I watch anime with wasn't available to continue catching up, but do my best to catch up on those things, because I try to be good and wait for my friend that I'm watching this stuff with, because it's fun to hang out with them and, you know, and watch shows together and experience them. Though recently the last time her Discord mic sensitivity was all over the place, and so it was just like constantly missing anything that she was trying to say, which was a bummer, because then it felt more like just watching it by myself until I would like call out and be like, hey, are you there? I haven't heard from you in like 5 minutes. And then she was like, well, I've been laughing for like 4. So, but I did watch some of the shows that I'm watching this weekend. Like I caught up on Megalobox, the 2nd season, Nomad, and I'm really curious like where they're going with it. I guess like the first season had a very strong direction as far as like where it was going to end up, and you kind of knew what the finale was going to be. Right now I really don't know, because they've had like a mini arc with the Spanish dude and his whole thing of getting a place for his family and people to have to like kind of carve out for their own to live in, and you know how he's using the prize money for that, and you know how he works with Joe for X, Y, and Z to get to that point. And that was good, but it was only like a 3 or 4 episode long arc, and we also kind of got introduced to some of the problems that Joe had with his dependency on some drugs and other things to deal with his PTSD that he has from Nambu dying, and like this overarching like guilty conscious thing just stewing beneath the surface and like affecting every part of his life, and like kind of being a little bit of a mystery because we don't know exactly what happened until we've started like this arc where we're back in the city that we knew from the first place, and we're meeting the grown-up versions, or at least the teenage versions of the kids that he... Fuck yeah, we're done farming. Well, done farming here, I should say. The grown-up versions of the kids that he helped, like, you know, they're basically orphans and those things. So it's interesting, and seeing where they went is interesting, but at the same time we're like, well, what's the point here? And we just had a kind of a mini arc with Yuri's pupil. Yuri doesn't fight anymore, and for anyone who doesn't know, background wise, Yuri is he was basically the champion of Megalobox in the previous season that Joe had to beat. Like, he was the end goal in this gigantic tournament of, you know, getting into the same ring as Yuri and coming to blows and seeing who would win in this epic fight, which is really, really good and really well done. Like, honestly, fantastic show. Even if you don't like boxing and don't care for sports anime at all, those things, like, it's the kind of show that you can't help but enjoy because, like, how high the quality is. The writing's fantastic, the sound, art direction, everything in there, like, that you could list off and praise it for. You want to spawn? It's great. Like, a lot of good moments where you just get chills from how good it is, like the way everything's pulled together, and you find yourself rooting for the characters and everything else. So, like, hype is the perfect way to describe a lot of that show. because it's really easy to get hyped up and like invested in those fights. Even when you kind of knew like who would win in like one match or the other or something, it was like, well, it's like, well, of course Joe has to win. He's got to go farther, right? And all these things. So there's always some uncertainty because you're not sure. Anyway, but so Yuri has a pupil that he's been raising, and then you meet this other dude, Mac, who wasn't in the first season, but was just like random no-name megaloboxer type deal, but developed. I think he might have been a soldier. I forget exactly what his deal was, but basically he had paralysis, and there's this nice brain. Oh fuck! Damn it! Why did you think I want to put it down? Like a brain chip thing that lets him move his arms again and such. And so you have this big showdown match between Liu, who is the pupil, and Mac, who is the guy who is a hero for all the people who are paralyzed and all those things, because he can move again, and he's showing that like with this chip that helps him move, that return to normal life is possible, and all these things and such. And there's an interesting plot going on with it, in that you have characters from the previous season who were invested in this in the gear that Yuri used, which is called the integrated gear, which was like the boxing equipment integrated with his body, so that it was like no delay in like reaction time or anything else, like super duper good at the type of fighting with Megalobox stuff. While Joe is gearless Joe because he doesn't use gear basically, or uses the minimum amount, but essentially he doesn't use gear at all. And it was kind of like a man versus machine type thing in the first season, but this one is kind of like man plus machine versus dude being restored, I guess. So that only took a half hour to get 2 pieces of steel, so that's pretty good luck. We can hope that will continue for us, but we'll see. For all we know, we need more Damascus steel after this.
What can I help you with?
Fool's Embrace. Of course we need more. Oh, of course we need more. We were a fool to think otherwise. So we need 2 more of those. So I guess we've got another half hour ahead of us.
Come back.
Alternatively, we could mix it up and go advance the story into the Lost Shrine. But when we get to the top of the Lost Shrine, we're gonna have to spend like all that time working on it. So I think I want to keep doing the junk heap for now, I guess. Although I probably should have sold some stuff, but so you know what, it's fine. I'm gonna sell a few things. I think given that our luck right now is strong for Damascus steel, and the fact that we actually got 2 within a half hour and didn't have to wait longer than that,
What can I help you with?
that we'll stay here, I guess. Yeah, this nonsense. Just gonna sell off a funny number of them. Because I mean, we might as well make money while we're here, right? Probably like the richest dude. The richest dude in all the land. Because I keep destroying machines for this insane person who will keep paying me for them. An extremely rare metal, it says. I don't know about that.
Come back.
But anyway, so there's this whole like brain chip thing, right? And it turns out that there's definitely some shady shit going on with it, because like the guy using it started to get like blackouts sometimes during it, and then other times it seemed to be triggered like when his wife like accidentally like tinged a spoon against a glass or something like that, and it like made him revert back to like kid form, sort of, where he was like eating food off the ground. Not even kid form, like animal form, where he was just eating food off the ground and like took the food away from his own kid who was getting ready to eat it because like dinner was served or whatever. And like that part was actually like a little bit tense, and kind of like I was like anticipating something horrible to happen, because you have this massive grown man who's really strong because, you know, he's a boxer and doing all these things, tearing away a plate from a little kid and eating it like a madman. And I was just like, is he gonna like hit the kid? Like, is he gonna hurt his family? What's gonna go on? Like, what's the trigger for this thing that causes him to like lose his mind basically? And does he like how bad is it, you know? Because he goes into this thing that they call Mac time, where like he comes back out of nowhere when he's pinned into the corner and then manages to win a match even though it seemed like he was going to lose and such. And it's just him like going feral basically due to these issues with the chip. And the guy responsible for it wants to make money, obviously, and so he's like kind of like hiding some of that data and not disclosing it to people that this kind of thing is happening, because he doesn't want, you know, it to hurt. And the interesting thing is that the that's not going to hit it, is it? Oh, it did. The brother from the previous season, like the people who were in charge of Yuri's gear and such, who were doing all this stuff to like sell the money or sell the gear to the military so they could use it to make super soldiers type deal, are also involved with this again, but they're not the ones making the chip this time. They're actually acting as like the voice of reason to try to prevent the guy from using it in this way, which is a nice little twist. Like you see character develop from them where they once were doing this and wouldn't care about the ethics of it all, but now they do, because, you know, they've grown as people, while this like Silicon Valley nerd dude just doesn't care basically. So it's interesting to see the characters evolve with it. But you know, he agreed to send them the undisclosed data, but then like after that you get to see that he tells the person, like the aide, to make the usual tweaks to the data and such, so you know they're not really going to get the full picture of it. And yeah, so like that's like all the stuff going on this whole time in the background, occasionally center, but mostly background. You have Joe going about his life, trying to bring it back together, where like he has those orphans and people that he didn't abandon them, but he left on them after some stuff happened with the friend dying and those things. Like he couldn't be there for them essentially. And then you find out later that it turns out the reason he left was because one of the kids basically told him to leave and like never come back, and like that he wasn't part of the family anymore and all this other stuff. Like said some really nasty shit to him. And Joe is more fragile than he lets on, emotionally speaking. So he left because he thought it was what was needed. But the other kids have kind of forgiven him. Not the one who told him to leave. I think he needs to forgive himself before he can do anything else. But you have him coming back and trying to like start the gym up again that is now like decrepit. And these older characters who have moved on with their lives, like coming together a little bit to help Joe out in some small capacity, because Joe is really trying to make amends. But like you have these two little plots going on, and I'm really curious where exactly it's gonna go, because I don't mind it, because I like these characters, especially from like the first season. We got, you know, a lot of time spent with these people. We know a lot of Joe's motivations. Like we like him as a character. That's why we're watching the second season in the first place. And all this stuff has happened, so we're trying to figure it out. But like there's no underdog story there or anything like that, like there was in the first season. There isn't like this giant tournament going on that you're excited to see. These kind of things are happening more in the background. which is interesting. So like, I guess it's more of like a character story about Joe growing up, but also the kids, or not even the kids, the world around him has changed and how it's changed. But like that doesn't like make for a like an overarching thematic storyline for the season. You know what I'm saying? Like if someone asks me like what it's about, I can describe all the things that are happening like I just did. But it doesn't, it's not quite the same as being able to like easily sum it up like I can with the first season, where like, oh, like it's an underdog story about a dude down on his luck rising to the top, basically, and the journey along that way, and like the sacrifice and the hardship that comes into going with that and going against all those odds and surmounting them. Like that's an easy like elevator pitch type thing. But this one, like, it's like the story of a guy who's lost trying to find himself again, or find a place in the world that has moved on past him, I guess. But like, where's the resolution to that? You know, like what are the final episodes to it? And like, do we want to see him go back to the ring and become a boxer again, or do we want to see him do something else and carry things on in a different way, like how Yuri has a people now? Like maybe that will be the case. But like, it's a little bit too late into the season, and I believe that this is only a 12 to 13 episode, like just a single core. So there's not I don't think there's more episodes basically after the 12th or 13th episode, whatever they're slated for. So it's too late in the season, I think, for Joe to like take on a pupil and see that pupil rise to the top, because there's just not enough time for the development of it without like significant cuts and like a Rocky montage. So really, I guess it has to stay a character story. But you have like, at the end of the latest episode, there was a challenge issued from the dude with the brain chip to Joe. But like, we know that Joe is not in the form that he needs to be in order to fight anyone, really. And I don't know if it would really like make for much of a story for Joe to kind of like pick up the dreams of the people who now can't fight anymore. He has to do rehab and such due to the match that he had with that guy and the damage that was done to him from that dude's nasty feral shit, basically. So I don't know where it's gonna go. Like, I'm interested to find out, because maybe it will come together nicely and into a neat bow or something. I don't know. But it's I guess one of the reasons why it's so good and interesting is that it's not predictable right now, I guess, where it's going. But not in a bad way. It doesn't like, it's not scatterbrained at all, though. Like, each arc definitely has a clear purpose in the story overall, so I feel comfortable waiting to see what ride we're on and where we're going with it. But at the same time, I don't know what left hook is going to come out next and smack me in the face. But I'm willing to get in the ring and see where it goes. Anyway, so that's it for my chatting about Megalobox, which I'm surprised at how long I talked about that, honestly. It was really good, though. I liked the show a lot. It's nice. It, like, watching the first season actually made me like look up and see if there were boxing like there was boxing stuff in the area at all, because it'd be good exercise. And I know well, I don't know if I know what people's impressions are of me, but I believe Soft was brought up the other day, but contrary to what you might think, I did do karate for a number of years, so I do know my way around a fight to some extent. Not in the same way as like boxing by any stretch, but like doing something like that, like physical fighting and that kind of exercise and those things is not, I think, completely out of my wheelhouse. It might be right now due to the issues that I have with my legs, but who knows? Maybe that would be the thing I need to get better. fix my horrible tendons that are too tight on one side. Though I know what the solution is for that. It's just that I'm too lazy to actually do it. It's just stretching and all those things. I spend too much time laying in bed doing nothing but play video games, or reading, or working, or anything else that involves me laying in bed like a rehabilitating dude. Can I fight you yet? Thanks. But yeah, good show. Good show. The other show that I made sure to watch while my friend was taking a shower, because besides the Azure Lane anime that like I knew he would like, I didn't really watch any of my usual shows while he was here. So for the past couple days, I haven't caught up on my shows, except for the ones that I was like, oh well, he's in the shower right now, so I'll go ahead and take this, because he takes long showers, like long bathroom break before that, brushing its teeth, whatever. Takes a while, basically. So nothing. It's not too hard to watch an entire episode of a 20-minute anime while he was kind of getting ready for everything. Though again, like the curry, him spilling the curry all over the kitchen was one clumsy incident, and then he forgot that I don't have an inner shower curtain. I only have one, and I don't have an issue with it because I just pull it inside when I take a shower, and then when I am not taking a shower and it's not dripping wet, but just like at the stage where it needs to dry off a little bit, then it lays outside of the shower so it can do its thing. Where am I going right now? Also, sorry, I'm an idiot, right? I just came up this, so I need to go outside now. It's amazing how much autopilot I go on when I do this farming. Whew. Right? Like I didn't go out already, right? Anyway, so the other show that I watched while he was getting himself ready for the day and all that business was the newest episode of Shadow's House, which is really good. I quite like it. It is not... There's not enough to really talk about at the same length as Megalobox, considering Megalobox has an entire season and a half behind it at this point, so there's lots to talk about there, because you know the characters are well developed and we know their motivations, so we can kind of guess what's going to happen and all this other stuff, right? But Shadow's House is like a mystery drama thing, maybe some possible amount of horror at some point, maybe, but not really. And despite us being like 7, 8 episodes in, I don't feel like we're at the cusp of like a big reveal, I think, because the first few episodes were establishing a lot of things, like the world you're in, the role that the living dolls take for the Shadow Masters as their face, basically, because the shadow people have no face, they're just shadows, and so they each have a living doll that acts as their face. And so the Shadow Masters, essentially you have to train their dolls to act that way, and then they go in for like this test thingy-mahooza called the debut, which after that point I guess they're allowed to go outside of the rooms, the Shadow Masters, because otherwise they had to stay in their rooms, study, do their thing up until their debut. That's what they do. And they all live in this big mansion, which is full of these mysterious rules and things, and you have the shadows and the dolls who take care of the cleaning, and like the soot that comes off of the Shadow Masters when they're feeling anxious or what have you. If it's left on its own, it becomes little monsters that the dolls have to clean up or can be attacked by if they let it go on for too long. So those things are called scorches. And like a lot of the world is established in the first few episodes. But you don't learn a lot about this debut, just that it's talked about and it's a thing. Damn, fluorite. But it is interesting, I'll say. And so we're finally at the debut, and it's like the first part of it was a tea party with the Shadow Masters of the various dolls that we already know, like they're the next batch debuting, and it's a competition between the Shadow Masters with their accompanying dolls to see if if they pass this test that they don't know the rules of or anything like that. And there's a older living doll who is administering the test who has some form of ulterior motives. We know that much because he's made it clear when he talks to himself, or they show little flashbacks to his friends and other things. And so now they're on to what I assume to be the final stage of the debut, which is a hedge maze. Another memory alloy. Which is a hedge maze where the dolls have to go forth and find their masters, with the stipulation that the Shadow Master's clothes can't get dirty and the living doll's face can't be harmed. And they're only allowed to take one item from a bunch of stuff, like a big pile of stuff, with them in their little journey. And they get 2 hours to go do this. And that's where we are right now. So the debut and whatever its purpose and like the nefariousness of the older doll trying to do something, which his goal is to move up in the world, I guess. Like there's different, like there's the east and west wing of the house, and the Shadow Masters who have yet to debut live in one side, and then on the other side there's 3 floors, the top of which is where the grandfather lives, who's the guy who I guess makes all the shadow people or something. That they don't really, everyone is very respectful of him and everything's done for him type deal, but no one really has met him or he has been shown at all in the show. So he's an enigma. But we've been shown older Shadow Masters living in the other wing of the house, like conspiring and amusing themselves with the debut. Like they're watching the debut for some purpose that we don't really know yet. Whether or not they're part of making a judgment or not is another question, or if they're kind of like evaluating other things. Like the implication at the moment is that like Edward, the older doll, is trying to put on an amazing show of a debut, and supposedly this will get him promoted and allow him to get higher up in the house. That's his goal, it seems. While the people actually doing the debut just are trying to get through it and maybe understand their place in the world a little bit more. Or maybe we as people will understand their place a little bit more. But it's a mystery, so like we get little snippets of like the world, but we don't know everything yet. And I mean, I want to say it's pretty obvious that the living dolls are actually humans who are like being enslaved by these shadow people. That's my take on it, at least, because the living dolls are ingrained with like they're basically being brainwashed. Like they're told constantly to not fret over trivial matters, and basically anything that isn't like a directive from their Shadow Master or in service of is considered a trivial matter, is how they're supposed to view the world. And you know, they exist to revere and serve their Shadow Master and act as their face and everything else. So like there's that. But, and, you know, dolls who aren't good are disposed of and everything else. And, like, they're told that they look the way they do because the dolls are made to look to be the same as the Shadow Masters, but with, you know, their face and all that jazz. But really, it's probably the opposite, where the Shadow Masters, who are made of soot, are probably formed to look like the dolls that they are assigned, which is why they end up looking alike. But, like, I don't know. I mean, I would guess that the plot of this thing, which does have a manga out if you want to read it, and the manga, actually, I haven't read it myself, but I've seen bits of it. It's serialized, and it has this normal serialization schedule, and then like a week after or something like that, it gets its normal release. They release it completely colored, which is insane but impressive. So like, if you're willing to wait a week behind on like whatever the updates are each release, you can get fully colored panels, so that's impressive. And it adds to it because the Shadow Masters are just black figures, like they're made of soot. So it's interesting, the contrast and the art in it, because of working around the fact that one of the characters, you know, is just a black outline. So, but yeah, I haven't read that yet, but I know it's past where the anime is. And also the anime has slightly diverged from the comic a bit, where like certain things have been revealed for people in the know, I guess. But anime onlys like myself at the moment are too dumb to understand, because we don't have all the context that the comic readers have for this stuff. So, but I don't know if we're gonna get like an anime ending, an anime original ending or not, so I haven't been reading the comic, because I figure I'll just wait for the show to wrap itself up, and then I can go read it if I want to see the differences and those types of things, or if I feel like I can't wait for like another season if it needs one or whatever. Kind of like Slime, the reincarnated as a slime in another world one. That one I'm up to date on the comic, and now wait for the releases like everyone else. Although that one is based on a light novel, and the light novel is apparently finished, but I don't really feel like reading a light novel at the moment, so just going along with it as it is and enjoying it. But they're good. So, but both of those shows are rather high quality, I think. Megalobox, like beyond everything else this season, like production value, Megalobox has some amazing stuff going on with it. So I wonder, do you think if you just threw the thing and then went over with it, that you would make it there faster? Or would picking it up again take up enough time that it wouldn't be worth it, I wonder? And you know, just explode in your hands when you picked it up the second time I went to throw it? Probably, right? So, like I said, I haven't watched any of my other seasonal shows. That said, on Friday when I was farming in Nier, I was watching Dragon Ball Super, so I started that up again. And started from episode 71. I left off, I think I had watched episode 70. Basically the end of the previous, like, fighting a god arc, or whatever it was. The whole stuff with Beerus, basically. And establishing Zeno as the god of the universe, or universes, rather, and everything else. And now we're on to the Tournament of Power arc, which I think is the next 50 episodes from 70 on, or next 50, 60. There's 131 episodes, I think, of Dragon Ball Super, and I am now on 89. So they just collected Android 17 as a team member for the Tournament of Power, where 10 individuals from how many universes? There's 12 universes total, but I think maybe 4 or 5 of them are excluded because their like mortal level is high enough or some random arbitrary thing. So, but the Tournament of Power, 10 people from all these different universes. Oh, eight, because there's 80 people total. So 8 universes, 10 people from each, battle royale. Whoever loses, whichever universe does not win at the end of it all, is erased entirely from existence by God. Because he was going to erase them anyway because they weren't, you know, living up to his expectations, basically. But then Goku went and didn't, without knowing this about this stuff, went and asked about the tournament that he was promised by God, who said that it's like, oh yeah, like that sounds fun, a tournament, that'd be cool. Who then probably forgot about it, but Goku went and reminded him of it, which prompted said God to then just make the Tournament of Power and be like, oh well, instead of just erasing them all, you know, we'll have fun first, and one of them gets to live. So right now they're collecting 10 people to enter into that so they can try to, you know, prevent things from happening. And I can't help but the entire time this is all happening, you're just like looking at Goku and being like, what are you doing, Goku? Why don't you ever think before you do anything? What's wrong with you? And like, I like that they actually did address it though. They held a Zen exhibition match where they had a fight between Universe 7 and Universe 8, I want to say, or maybe Universe 9. Basically, oh no, Universe 12, I think it was. The 2 lowest, basically. 7 is the second lowest in mortal ranking, I guess, whatever that is a ranking of, I don't know, but they're the second lowest. And yay, there's one Damascus steel found. Only one more. And then we're actually done with farming in here, I think. So that's pretty good. Only took like another 40 minutes, something like that. But you know, after everyone finds out that Zen is going to erase all the universes that don't win, and people put 2 and 2 together, and like, you know, the fact that they were told that the Tournament of Power was basically a request from Goku, they're all really mad at Universe 7 now. So pretty much the first thing that's going to happen, I think, when the battle royale actually starts, is everyone is going to come after Goku and try to get rid of him, because they definitely all want Universe 7 out of the picture, which hopefully Gohan and the other members of the team will like use to their advantage. Because the neat thing about the Tournament of Power, I think anyway, is that the rules of it are pretty similar to the usual martial arts rules that they had in like Dragon Ball and stuff, you know, like ring outs, you know, no killing, that kind of thing. And interestingly enough, no flying allowed, which I find an interesting thing for a tournament with a bunch of like otherworldly beings participating in all this stuff, that they're not allowed to fly. So that'll be fun. But yeah, it's good though. I've been enjoying it quite a bit. But basically they had this the Zen exhibition match. Sorry, just remember where I was going with this. The Zen exhibition match to show Zen, or to show one of the Zens, because there's 2. There's present God and future God. And future God didn't get to see the the martial arts tournament that was held before that like kind of inspired the tournament power. So he wanted to see an exhibition match. So they had two universes fight each other, just a 3-on-3, with Boo, Gohan, and Goku being the ones participating in that. And after finding out about the rules about the tournament and the universes being erased, Topo from Universe 11, who is the leader of the Pride Squadron, Pride Troopers, that's what it is, who are basically like your what are they? Your Power Rangers type deal, where they all wear matching outfits and cry about peace and justice all the time, accuses Goku of being evil and like basically a blight on humanity, and that he should be killed and removed because he's evil. And he challenges to a fight and fights him. And it's a draw at the end, but I was kind of happy that that was included in it, because like Goku is just happy to fight people, and that's great. That's his character, but he definitely doesn't think about anything. Like he doesn't think. I don't think he really realizes like how irresponsible his actions are, and the fact that he is motivated God to hold a tournament that's going to erase 7 other universes, which means that Goku is responsible for, or will be responsible, assuming that they win the tournament and don't get erased, the genocide of billions upon billions of planets and of a number of gods, because the Kais and the God of Destruction for each universe will be erased alongside of it. So yeah, like Goku's childhood or childlike innocent and like demeanor to the world and wanting to fight and just enjoying that type of thing really gets him to some shit. And then you have a whole bunch of you have a whole bunch of other stuff where like kind of hammering the point, like at the beginning of Dragon Ball Super all the way through this, about how like Goku is really not a good dad either. He's a terrible father. Like he's better ish with Goten now, but he wasn't even around when Goten was born, and like it's just terrible. And like I think you see it a lot with the Tournament of Power stuff and how he's kind of responsible for all this, that he just doesn't think about other people and really only thinks about like his next person to fight. So it's interesting to see Goku from this perspective, because he's a terrible father and like asks Vegeta to like, Vegeta's about to have his second kid be born, and so he's waiting. Also, hello King, I'm just finishing my rant. And Goku wants Vegeta to come with him to go to the Zeno exhibition match that he ends up bringing Boo to. And okay, that's the thing about the ships and the voice pipes. Okay, cool. It's not voice pipe, but sound-powered phones. You have to crank it to charge the battery, then talking keeps it working. That's cool. Huh. That is really... I had no idea that sound-powered things existed. That's really cool. Okay, let me finish my rant about Goku now. So... Vegeta's second child is about to be born, and Goku wants Vegeta to come with him to the exhibition match because he wants him to fight with him on a team. And Vegeta tells him, no, I'm waiting for my kid. And Goku's like, well, who cares? Like, Bulma's, like, it's not here yet, and I wasn't around when Goten was born, so whatever. You'll see it after. And you're not the one pregnant, so why does it matter? Like, he, straight to Vegeta's face, he says, well, Bulma's the one who's pregnant, so I don't see why that prevents you from going. It's like, good God, Goku. How did you ever, like, have kids in the first place? Like, how did Chi-Chi stop him from, like, going off and fighting and, like, trick Goku into having sex with Chi-Chi? Like, I have to assume that she, like, pinned him down in, like, some kind of, like, Brazilian jiu-jitsu hold and squeezed him and got the babies that way. Like, that's the only way I can think of. So Chi-Chi canonically raped Goku for each kid. Well, good. Someone has to put him somewhere. But Goku's too dumb to even know what just happened, probably. He was just like, oh, naked wrestling? Okay. Like, I don't... He's such a bad father. And, like, Piccolo is a better father to Gohan than Goku ever was. And, like, takes care of him, trains him, looks out for him better. Like, all Goku cares about is, like, strength and fighting. And it's just like, wow. Just, wow. He's only married her from a promise from childhood, so from Dragon Ball then, right? It's just like... It makes you like Vegeta more. That's what it does. Not that there's any reason to not like Vegeta anyway, but like, definitely makes you like Vegeta more with how, like, even though Vegeta's, you know, very standoff about certain things and very prideful, that's his shtick. He gives a shit about his kids, Trunks, and now Bura. It's like, and he like spent so much time while like within the hours of Bulma being pregnant for the second time, he spent so much time like trying to think of a good Saiyan name. And all this stuff only for Bulma to just be like, oh yeah, this will be its name. And like, ah! But then like the baby likes it, so Vegeta is like, well, okay. Like it's good. He's a good character. Sorry, let me read the thing I didn't read before. Sound pipes really stopped existing after World War II, right around the time the guy who invented Muzak figured out you can use the same lines at the same time using different frequencies. Neat. Well, I appreciate you you following up on the Navy friend. Because that is cool, and I mean, I learned today that sound-powered stuff is a thing. It's the fun fact you gave about the toilet. Wait, did I see that? Wait, I don't see it. Oh, fun fact, I could hear the engine through the piping for my toilet when I was roomed on my main deck. It's funny. Wouldn't you, on a ship, wouldn't you probably always hear, like, at least a bit of the dull roar of the engine, or no? No. Wow. Huh. Boats are big. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I guess I'm like, when I think about boats, I think about smaller boats where you're not really like going anywhere, but I guess an absolutely massive thing like something the Navy would have, you would be able to be far enough away. Neat though. Sound pipes are neat. So if there's sound powered things, then the intoners from Dragon Guard 3 aren't entirely out of the question. They just had really good versions of that technology, I guess. To power their magic. Blink, blink. But yeah, as you can probably tell by the... Whoops, no, shit, fuck. By the fact that I was talking about Goku and Vegeta, I started back in on watching Dragon Ball Super. So I'm now at episode 89. And we'll probably continue to watch it throughout the week, I think. It's one of those shows that's really easy to put on and just enjoy without having to be too invested in and whatnot. Like, I have shows that I haven't watched yet in the current season, but I like watching things. Dying waiting for the next episode of Tokyo Revengers. Remember you mentioning that show. I did see some people talking about that the other day, but I haven't picked it up. I have, well, I have too many other shows to watch, I guess, between the current seasonal stuff and watching Super and all those things. But maybe one day I might get around to it. I do enjoy good shows, so. Fuck. Okay, we're good. No, we're not good. Next, please. Bonk. Thank you very much. More. Yeah, I'm waiting for I need to watch the next episode of Moriarty the Patriot, because I have that just kind of sitting in my queue to watch, and that one's been pretty good. They're dealing with a politician right now who is trying to push through reforms in the House of Lords and other things because he wants a better world for his crippled brother, basically. So he does good things and has good character, and the Moriartys have decided to assist him as a sort of insider opinion in the House of Lord, and to pass information and dirt about said people to him so that he can try to get what he wants. And it's going to be interesting because I think it feels like they're setting up a like fall from grace type situation, but I'm not sure yet, because everything kind of depends on if this guy is as honest and pure-ish as he can be, or if we're going to see him go from being like super honest good dude to someone who throws aside his own moral compass in order to try to make the world a better place for the people that he cares about. So very Two-Face-ish, I suppose, like the way that they handled it in the Dark Knight and Batman comics in general, how Two-Face used to be the police commissioner. He was a commissioner, right? Or no, he was something else, running for a mayor, whatever he was doing. But that was like, the fall from grace set up by the Joker and everything else, and then preserving the memory and whatnot. So we'll see if we get a similar situation at all with whatever the guy's name is. I don't remember. Like, I watched the newer episode of it, not the newest, but the newer one before that, earlier this week. But of Whitley, maybe what might have been his name. I think his name might have been Whitley. Every time the Japanese like the audio referred to him, they kept calling him Gin, which is gold. So I don't know why it was being translated as Whiteley or Whitley, one or the other. But either way, we'll see how that fits into the whole plan to reform all of Britain to be a better place, and how that will probably inevitably fail, considering, unless they go for like an alternate timeline type deal. Because I mean, the expectation is for this show to kind of end like every other Sherlock type deal ends, which is inevitably he dies. Sherlock and Moriarty tumble off a waterfall together, and you never know what really happened. That's kind of like the way that they always go, because that's how it is in the books. Though the Moriarty Papers, which is a book not by Sir Conan Arthur Doyle, but just by someone else, published, does talk about Moriarty surviving the fall, but getting amnesia for a while, a bunch of other things happening. So that one's fun, though. It's from the Colonel Moran's perspective, who is the like lieutenant right-hand man of Moriarty himself. So, but we'll see, because I mean, I don't think I've really seen the angle that this show has had, which is that Moriarty isn't just doing all his evil things for evil's sake, but because of a disgust with the nobility of Britain and wanting to end the class system, basically. Which is an interesting take, basically trying to have a like democratic revolution for Britain. So we'll see where it goes, Like I don't know where it's gonna go, but it better end in the waterfall. Though who knows? Maybe it won't. I'm gonna spend the Damascus steel that we collected. We still need one more, but just for breaking up the monotony here. We'll upgrade the Embrace. It reminds me of what's the name of the elf in Drakengard 1? Reminds me of her weapon, because I think she used curved blades like that.
Come back soon.
Gives you plus 80% magic power, but lowers your attack by 170, so probably not worth it. I don't know though, but it feels like it's not worth it. I mean, all the DLC weapons are kind of absurdly powerful. Not that it matters. I mean, we're level 55 now, so you know. Everything mostly dies in one hit, so it doesn't really matter that much. But it's fine. I also showed my friend who was visiting Game Center CX, and we watched a few episodes of that together, which was fun. It was just kind of on because I had the Twitch channel open. He enjoyed the the priest reading the equipment guide, or equipment guides, the guidebooks for like mother and other things, and turning into life advice. Though, I mean, how could you not enjoy that? It's just good stuff. Excuse me, yawning. But it was good having my friend up. I mean, and I think he liked it. I think he had a good time. Pretty sure. He didn't seem to have any complaints. And he is a very vocal person. Like, very much, like, if you think about stereotypes about people who read Reddit, he fits, like, probably at least 80% of those stereotypes, I think. So, he talks a lot and has opinions to share, which is not really, it's not always a bad thing, you know? Like, I give Reddit as much shit as the next person, probably. But it's all just different parts of the internet world, as it were. But you do find interesting things through it sometimes. Just there's so much like inane bullshit on there that's like, eh. I mean, like, honestly, the fact that there's an entire like subreddit, right? That's what they're called. Subreddit dedicated to like drinking water and comparing like the tastes of the different pH levels of it and all this stuff, and people get so pretentious about it. Like, it just, I feel like that really sums it up about why I don't bother using it. So just, it's like, yeah, I'm good. But the pretentiousness and random knowledge and the very much like the actually type thing, those types of things, they despite no get up, those spawns better still be there. There was a yellow one. Find Reddit, you hyper specific advice. Yes, like if Reddit shows up in a Google search for me when I'm trying to find information like about a game or anything else, then I will happily use it, because most of the time you're gonna find pretty good information there. All right, come on. Fuck yes. Okay, now for realsies, I believe we are done farming in the junk heap, because that is the last piece of Damascus steel we need. So, in the fact that a lot of useful information is found within Reddit's forums and such, and that it is preserved and searchable, is very useful. That I do give it. Especially with Yahoo Answers going archive mode and those types of things. Which is just sad, because there's so much good on that site, you know? Like descriptions about how girl get pregnant. Like those are important internet milestones that hopefully those shitposts will be kept forever, and maybe one day etched into like a piece of iron and then sent off into the stars with the next Explorer mission or something. Do I care about delinquent manga or an anime at all? Give me an example of something that fits that, and I can tell you yes or no. Because the answer is probably yes, but I'm not sure. I mean, like, crow. I don't know what that one is. Sorry. Worst? What? Okay, maybe asking for a specific series isn't a good idea. What kind of things make up a delinquent? Is it that the main character is a delinquent, or like that the series follows like a gang, or like Yakuza members, or teenagers getting up to no good? Like what kind of stuff goes into it, I guess. Okay, so far I don't think I've known. The main cast characters are delinquents or reformed delinquents. So Way of the House Husband counts for that. Considering they're besides like one character, or well, besides one character in a club, they're all Yakuza. So I do enjoy that. It has a good amount of comedy. Yes, I do enjoy that. Yankee JK I think falls into that, as well as what? Hold on, what's the name of this one? Yankee JK Kuzuhana-chan is one, I believe, where she's a ghost fighter delinquent girl. Those are good. I enjoy those. Way of the House Husband is basically a lifestyle. You know what I really want though? I want someone, or like something, to make a Way of the House Husband guidebook, like a book with all the cleaning tips and cooking tips and like all the things that Tatsu uses to be an amazing house husband. I want someone to compile that shit and make a book to sell. So it took us about an hour and a half to collect 4 pieces of Damascus steel to finish these levels for the Fool's weapons. So yeah, Way of the House Husband fits into that category, the way you're describing it.
Help you with?
All right, Fool's Accord, level 4. Cool. As you can see, we have 7 things left. One of which needs 2 crystals. So we're gonna go to Facade and buy 2 crystals so we can get that done. And then after that, after we go to Facade and buy the 2 crystals, then we will go ahead and go to the shrine so that we can murder things. Although if we're going to Facade, then perhaps now would be the ideal time to farm the shades for their bracelets. Also, I don't know how, but the my weapon list got removed. Okay, there we go. It's open. Whew. All right. So 4 necklaces, 2 earrings, 3 bracelets. And I believe it is the bracelets that are going to be the pain in the ass. Okay, I wonder if I'm... Way the house husband's main character is former, yes, but he still gets up to all sorts of nonsense with the people who are still Yakuza, though. And he still has run-ins with the police and other things like that. But, I mean, they're not going and doing delinquent things, I guess. So that's true. Do, 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 do. do, 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 do. I wonder if the recycled world has drop rates for the bracelets or necklaces or earrings at all. I'm not looking forward to the grind out here in the desert, considering that pretty much everywhere online, from like the old message boards about Nier, and I think from my own experience in Nier Gestalt, I'm pretty sure it's going to be unpleasant. So the delinquents are usually children outside of the own space. They don't commit minor crimes. Okay, so they have to be an active delinquent to fall into this category then. Oh, so Machimaho would fit then, I guess. Which is the delinquent magical girl. I think I'm trying to remember if that one's still getting published, or like the fan subbers just stopped doing it. But that one was great. Like, her chain smoking all the time was fucking hilarious. There were a lot of good panels that you could just clip for reaction material and everything else. Do I have Lance out? I do. Excellent. I wonder what's going to happen in that one anyway. Them aliens and the president getting magical girl powers and all that stuff. Alright, where is the shade? Oh, there he is. Get down here. No, don't target. You, come here. Give me your shit. Okay. Oh, alright. Neat. Well, I think that bumps it up in my list of things to eventually get around to in like backlog season, probably. Oop. All right, where's the? Oh wait, did I just see him? Or no, that was Emil. Oh, there he is. Get down here. Anything? Nope. All right, over to Facade then. Gonna go save. The fact that those two are like the only spawns for the bracelets. I can't remember which of the three is a desert only spawn, but it's just pure CBT. Alright, so material shop first to buy the 2 crystals, I guess. It sounds like the people making the show know a lot about it then, right? So that's cool. That is neat. Alright, give me your 2 crystals. Thanks. Anything at 99 that I should be concerned about that I should sell? Okay. I am going to sell everything eventually, mind you. But that only happens after we finish selling all, or not selling, finish collecting all the weapons and upgrading them all. Then I sell everything just to see how much money we've accumulated over the course of the game. And then we lose it all. That's cool. Well, I'm glad that you have a show to watch that like has so much fan service, I guess, to you. Like, I mean, it's not really, or I guess if it is set up to be like having all those styles and being a love letter to that genre, that, you know, it is fan service for someone who's followed that for a long time. So that's great. I just enjoy gals. That's why I was watching or not watching, why I first was reading that, because it was tagged with gal, and I was like, oh, let me see it. I like them gals. Also, shades. 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 There a reason you're not spawning shades? Is it too bright out today? I mean, it's a desert, I get it, but no shades at all. Okay. We'll just go ahead and check back over here. I haven't decided if I want to do the reload strategy here or not. Moldavite. Because, I mean, it's really not that big of an area, honestly. Excuse me. It's not that big of an area. Like, we could very easily, like, run out, kill the two things, and then run back into whatever entrance is closest, and then run back the other way. Like, it's not too bad, I think. Well, I almost feel like loading and reloading might take longer. I think. Now, so you know when you say that, like, you're surprised at how few gals have shown up, that means it's bumped lower down on the list of things to watch, right? Because the more gals something has, the more I want to watch it. Just kidding. I'm kidding. But that's cool though. It's good when an arc like ties itself up and like puts all the loose bits together nicely. I was just talking earlier about Megalobox, the second season, and how like we've had a couple mini arcs, but like overall, like we don't really know what Joe's full arc is this season. Like it's not entirely clear. There's a lot of like themes that are there, but not like one cohesive whole as of yet, or that we can see yet, I suppose. Where is the flying shade? Character development's always good. I like character development. One of the many reasons why I've been enjoying Megalobox. Where is that shade? Where does he spawn? I expected him to spawn already because his friend was here. That flying douchey. Oh. I don't really care that my health is low. I thought he spawned like off of this hill, which is why I was running up here in the first place, but weird. Alright, let's like maybe only one spawn this time. That's gonna suck. Okay, locked and loaded, ready to go. Oh, that reminds me. I sat through a bunch of StarCraft mission briefings the other day. Excuse me, to go and find the Overlord's, or sorry, Overmind's line where he says that he'll be perfect. I found it. There's a video that has like, I think it's like all of StarCraft's mission briefings or those things in one video. It's about 10 minutes in because it's the close to last or last mission briefing of the Zerg campaign. Sorry, Zergling, Zerg, same thing in my brain, I guess. Where the fuck are you? I'll run over this way, I suppose. What are you shooting at, Emil? Oh, there he is. Oh. Well, that's worse than what I had, so thanks, but no thanks. At least he dropped something, though. That's kind of nice. At the very least, getting him to drop something feels like an accomplishment, even if it's not actually what I want. Alright, next flying shade, please. There he is. I almost want to tell Kaine and Emil not to bother attacking. Because I don't remember... Like, we have the item drop up stuff on our weapons, but I don't remember if it actually applies to Kaine and Emil at all. Like, if when they kill something, it doesn't have an increased rate for drops or not. I don't remember if anyone's ever actually answered that question. But we do have orders.
Keep your guard up, Kaine. Keep your guard up, Emil.
Okay, let's see if this makes a difference at all. Also, okay. Okay, so even if we hit it with Lance, it should technically still have the high drop rate. Okay. Alright, well, there be shades. So I think that whistle noise that you briefly hear is the flying guy. There he is. Nothing. Right. I mean, at the very least, we have 2 loading areas, you know? Like, we can load into facade, and we can load into the road. It breaks it up. It also just sucks, though. Like, at the very least, at least it's only 2, 3, 4. It is at most 4. I'm pretty sure it's 3, though, that we need. Because it's 4 necklaces, 2 earrings, 3 bracelets, and I believe that it is the bracelets that we get. If we're lucky, I'm wrong, and it's actually the earring, because we only need 2 of those. What? Eat shit in your apartment doesn't smell like shit? Is that the next line in this interesting observation? You are what you eat. So my apartment currently smells like bacon. That's what I noticed when I came back inside after my friend left and I had like gone and brought him, like left, like escorted him down to his car and said bye and helped him bring like the bags and things that he had down. And then I walked back into my place and then got full on hit with the smell of bacon. I was like, oh wow. My apartment smells fantastic. Wonderful. So, nothing quite like some good old bacon. But that does remind me, I think I should oil my pan. Or rather, at the very least, take my pan out of the oven. Because I have a cast iron pan, and after I rinse it off, I just throw it back into the oven if the oven has been on, or even if the oven hasn't been on. Just because it's an easier place for it to dry often. So. Is Killian... Is this a character in Tokyo Revengers or in a different thing? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. It's a YouTuber. Oh, I clearly don't know that. I did watch, I watched another one of Little Aggie's videos where he does like those challenge runs and things. I watched him do his Dark Souls run of every enemy is Ornstein or Smo, or Super Ornstein and Smo, which is fun to watch. I enjoyed it. I was a little bit sad that the actual Ornstein and Smo fight didn't spawn in like 2 Super Ornsteins or something ridiculous for him to fight. But you can only wish so much suffering on one dude. But he did it. He used glitches and things, which is not surprising, but he did it. It was more impressive his blind Sekiro fight against the final boss, where he fought the final boss completely blind. Oh boy, a health salve. Amazing, thanks. Why the fuck do they drop those? Why do they drop those? Why would they drop anything besides the item that we need them to drop? How dare they? How dare they? I should probably... I almost feel like I should look up to see if the flying caster guys on the top of the shrine have a chance to drop the item that these guys do, because then that would make it the better place to farm. Nier Replicant. Subdued Bracelet. Yeah. Found in drops from flying shades in the desert is the only place that they drop according to this. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. Wait, what? I remember from OG Nier that if you zone into Force of Myth for Part 2, it triggers cloudy weather more often, so when you zone into the plains, you see a bunch of magical orbs attacking the warrior on the right enemy load. The orbs being mage types, they're dropped in necklaces that are easier to kill than the ones in this last shrine. One is by the boar, and another to the left of the train tracks. Across the bridge and on the side. Well, that's a good hint for necklace farming. But not for this. Huh. Wait, where am I? Oh, I'm where I need to be. It takes 2 ups, now you need 3 ups, 3 ups, now you need 2. Now that is a shitpost. My friend actually complimented my toilet paper, by the way. Speaking of wiping. He was very pleased that I don't buy shit toilet paper. Like, I buy stuff that is thick-ish and soft. God damn, why? Why health salve? Just give me what I need. But apparently he has friends who spend thousands upon thousands of dollars on like K-pop merchandise and other such nonsense, but refuse to buy quality toilet paper because it's too expensive to buy nice quality toilet paper. Oh good, a desert rose. Okay, this dude is not spiraling. Oh wait, there he is. Apparently you just have to complain. Hey, give me a bracelet. Douchebag not giving me anything. Okay, no, it didn't work. I tried. Let's cover all that right now. Remodeling your dream home to a suburban minimalist nightmare. Yeah. Well, see, you make the assumption that I have a dream home. So, that's your fault, not mine. Is that like the thing where the whole joke was like they're gonna knock out a support column and really open up the space that like South Park made an entire episode on? Everyone has a dream home. I mean, 4 walls and a ceiling. AC is good. Video games. That's it. I have very low standards there. So like, as far as if someone has a suburban minimalist nightmare or not, that's fine by me. What if my dream home was a minimalist nightmare? Also, what classifies as that? Because I might already live in one. You never know. Like the tiny houses, do those count? Where are you? Where'd you go? Douchebag. Come. Where? There he is. Okay. What you gonna give me something? Nope. Alright. Next. I'm pretty sure that when I did this farming originally, I got the pieces that I needed on a Monday night between the hours of 7 and 10. Why would you unlock at that time? Because at the time when I was streaming the original Nier, Nags21 was still doing his streaming on YouTube and not as much on Twitch, and he was still doing like all the VR chat adventure stuff and those things. So he had a Monday stream at 7 o'clock every Monday where he would open fan mail boxes that people sent and just chat with the community and such. And those were really nice streams, very relaxing. Good dude. But I'd watch that and then on my other monitor play this and farm. Or not this, but you know, play Nier and farm. Because I distinctly remember this desert. Concrete floor, everything whitewashed, as little colors possible, fused decorations, all furniture in modern style, but slowly on style, thinking comfortable losing points. Great to be fucking poisoned at the very start of this. Excellent. Stop it. Oh, it's B for the finisher. Ah, that's why I'm going wrong. So I do not currently live in a minimalist hell because I don't have concrete walls or floors. Just like shitty drywall, I think, and shitty like thin rug. And I don't think I have modern furniture. If you own a single poster, well, then there we go. I've got art from anime conventions, wall tapestries with cute things on it, metal piercing, alright. I have my Okuyus. So here, let me tell you from my left to my right what I've got on my walls here. Also, the fucking the heat wiggle movement on those rocks from that far away, that was good. That was very disorienting. So to my left, I have 4 things on the wall. 3 of which are posters I don't know if I really want to call them posters. I guess like there's not a great word otherwise. It's art from a convention, framed art of Asuka and Rei. The one all the way on the left is them in their school outfits, just hanging out, lying down together and smiling at the camera. Asuka's smiling, Rei is just making, you know, her neutral face but with her mouth open. So she's kind of smiling sort of. Then the middle one is Rei and Asuka again. But this time stylized, and Pen-Pen's in this one too. But they're wearing like trashy clothing, basically. Like they're dressed out to go out clubbing, they're doing something. Like Shinji's out of town and Misato left her beer fridge open or something like that. I don't know. But it's cute, I like it. Asuka's hair is a little bit too pink in that one, but it fits. It fits, so it's fine. And then the rightmost of the three is Asuka and Rei. But this time they're in their plug suits, and you have the red moon up in one corner, and Asuka's arms are around Rei's neck, and they're just kind of like floating in a cute pose there. This is all done by the same artist, but all three have like vastly different styles. Like the first one is more in the style of the actual show and manga, so the characters look more like aligned with that, while the others are more stylized to some degree. But that's that. And then I have Miku, the Vocaloid, as a wall tapestry on the wall to my front and left. Cheap meal is also a drywall concrete. Okay, so I'm halfway there then. I see. I mean, not that you can't enjoy concrete. You know, you can't mount art on concrete, but if you get some paint, you can certainly draw on it easily. Get your graffiti on. Then I have a framed picture of Kyoko Sakura from Madoka Magica. Is it Magica Madoka or Madoka Magica? But yeah, that one. The whole point of minimalism is making things as stark and simple looking as possible. I mean, I like simple, but I don't go for starkness. Meduka. I still relevant? No. Do not throw souls. Being magical girl is suffering. It's a good shitpost on the internet. Wish I would stop running into that little douchebag and getting poisoned every time I leave Facade. Must be a bitch to constantly be stung by a scorpion like that. Oh, the anti-up ones. Oh, that one's good too. I haven't heard that in forever. Oh good, a magic drop. That seems like a strange drop to get in the ocean, but alright. Where are you, douchebag? There you are. Give me your shit. Oh, I forgot that they said Kubi on it too. Walk down memory lane here. I did play the Madoka phone game for a while before it got shut down on the global servers. I never actually finished it because, like, while the story was interesting, it was live 2D plus plus voice acting for the entire story, which is really impressive, but also like made it so that I wanted to turn on the sound and wanted to focus on it. And I tend to play my phone games when I'm doing other things as well, so it was always hard to find like time to sit down and like actually play that game. So I ended up not actually like finishing the available story content. Where is this second asshole? It's weird to kill like the remaining shades and then not see him. So I guess we'll just assume we only got one this time and go respawn these wonderful individuals. Can definitely see this one taking a long time. Desert P is live 20 minutes ago. Oh boy, what game is he streaming tonight? That's what I want to know. Because when Desert streams Xenosaga, those are the streams that I like to watch. Oh, I just realized that all my alarms are currently off. So tomorrow I will not wake up, but I need to wake up for tomorrow. I must work once more, which is depressing. I can just turn on all my fucking alarms. Oh, and I have a dentist appointment tomorrow evening. No stream tomorrow. Sorry. I'm glad that I just remembered that. I don't know why I recalled that, but tomorrow I have a dentist appointment, and I do those in the evening. So I will probably be at the dentist at my usual time, or if not at the dentist, on like my walk home from the dentist. And it is a like half-hour to 40-minute walk, so it will take me a while, and then by the end of it I'll just want to go take a shower. God damn it, health stop again. So probably no stream tomorrow night, which is, you know, it actually kind of works, because I still haven't quite settled in on deciding which of the games I have queued up for the stream that I want to start as the Tuesday Thursday game. So this actually works fine. So Thursday we'll end up starting a new game. All right. Oh, you know what? Fine. We'll go this way. Excuse me. This exit's closer. Now the question is, are you remembering the anti-up lyrics from memory? Are you typing them down while you're listening to it? Or are you pulling them from a lyrics page on the internet? Because if I had to guess, I would assume the second one. Excuse me. I am looking forward to the fact that they're making another movie, though. Considering that Rebellion was the movie we didn't know we needed. So I'm looking forward to seeing where all of that goes, and if it will involve any of the characters from the side story at all. Because that would be interesting if they brought them into play. Even if they just like show up in the background scene or something like that as fan service. That'd be kind of neat. Yeah. Yeah. A dirty bag. Okay. So I mean, do we want to put bets on like how long this is going to take to get even one of the items we need here? Health salve again. I'm not enjoying the fact that they also dropped that. It's gonna be my speedrun tactic here. Like during the first part of the game, if I ever do one of those, trying to perfect the slash forward deal, because it's probably a teensy bit faster, is my guess. I don't know for sure. I haven't tried to time anything. Or look to see, but I have to assume that doing two of these like this is slower than doing 2 of them with the slash in the middle to kind of like cancel out of. Because it's like if you don't tap it fast enough, then he pauses. But if you tap it at the right moment, he does the roll right after it, and so then I think it's faster than just normally doing it, because you get a little bit more horizontal, or displacement, I should say. You're just not giving me anything. All right. All right. All right. You know what? Nice job. I was just assuming that you were listening to it and writing it down. I was going that. I think I streamed Grief Syndrome before, which was a really cool Modica game. The only Modica game besides the phone game, I think. Or at least that I know of, at the very least. It was a good side-scroller, like beat 'em up, where you could play as the different magical girls. And it was a lot of fun because it had a multiplayer. So I used to get some friends together and we'd put we use Hamachi, which is like a virtual LAN. And then we would play Grief Syndrome, and that was a lot of fun. I used to do that. I used to memorize some songs. I have a terrible memory though, so I'm bad at that. I think the only songs that like come to mind as far as ones that I've had memorized before is like Bohemian Rhapsody and Kamsusu Todd from the Evangelion soundtrack, because I would use both of those as a way to measure how long I'd been in the shower when I was getting ready for like high school. So I'd sing those to tell how long I had been in the shower, to gauge the time, so I would know that I like needed to hurry up or leave faster. Because if you sing Bohemian Rhapsody, it takes 5 minutes. So if you're going for a 5-minute shower, then that's one way to do it. There he is. Nothing. I do keep thinking that I should try to like learn the lyrics for like Say It by Yoshiko, or any of the other ones, or like anything by like Polka Dot Stingray, because I like those a lot, and I bet you that learning them would be a good way to like pick up on some additional grammar or vocabulary that I don't already have in Japanese. Right now I only have like tiny little snippets and bits of things. Or like the opening for The Way of the House Husband, or not the opening, sorry, the ending for The Way of the House Husband live action is a good song too. I definitely had more Queen songs memorized at some point than just Bohemian Rhapsody, but I had Dragon Attack for a little while because I was when I was taking guitar lessons back in high school, Dragon Attack was like the second or third song I think I learned, and it was like my homework assignment was to practice my hearing by trying to figure out the Dragon Attack solo by ear and writing it down and then bringing it in to show to my teacher to see how close I was, or those types of things. That was fun. Dragon Attack is a great song. Hard to find on the internet. One of the ones that like doesn't really show up that often in like their concert sets. I think there is like one live version on YouTube, assuming it hasn't been like DMCA'd to hell. But you could, if you have the game vinyl, then you have it because that's the album it's on. But that probably has like some of my favorite riffs in all of the Queen songs that exist. Hey, you want to drop something for me? Nope. Okay, bye. It's mildly tempting, by the way, to change the difficulty up to hard, because Yoko Taro confirmed in an interview before that that is supposed to raise the drop rates. But at the same time, I've gone all this way and all this farming with pretty decent RNG, like the Black Pearls, the Damascus Steel just now. Like, we've had pretty good luck with this, so I don't see a particular reason to go and change it, you know? The Have You Ever Seen the Rain one is one that I should memorize. That song reminds me of Japan. Because when I visited my sister in Japan and had a jam session with her friends who were fantastic and great musicians, one of the songs that we played while we were jamming and when we were just kind of like getting used to each other's thing and such, and a song that they all really like is Have You Ever Seen the Rain? So it was good. So now that song always makes me rather nostalgic for the time I spent in Japan. Though I want to go back there. It would be nice to go back there within the year, but I really need to actually get off my ass and get my passport renewed. And you know, Japan has to open their actual borders. But the sister who lives there, what's this? Oh. The sister who lives there is pregnant. So, which is good. Both my sisters are currently pregnant now. So, one with the second on the way, one with the first. You used to have Fukira to memorize. It's a fun one. Wolf Totem by the Who memorize. Did you actually learn how to throat sing though in order to sing along with it? Because it's so impressive. Impressive throat technique. Has the Who put out anything new recently? For a little while, like, all my friends were talking about them, like all my friends who really like metal and such, because they kind of hit the scene hard. But I feel like they've fallen back into general obscurity. Where did you go? No, god damn. No, Kaine, it's mine. You can't have it. Alright. No good? No good. Gotta find its spawn point. Where? Okay, so it's this hill? This is the hill it chooses to die on. And that I can't fucking target it. Ow. Wow, that was pleasant. The hell was that? Oh, that's just the body. Ouch. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know if I know exactly what you mean by that. I mean, when you think in your own head, you think in your own head. It's basically the exact same thing as talking to yourself. Just, you know, you don't move your mouth muscles. You just do it. Though it is fun, I think, to try to think two different things at the same time and like hold both thoughts at once. That's always fun to do. It's kind of like multitasking. You kind of like just go on autopilot. Some people don't think in words. I think we call those people beasts and basic animals. I don't know if I understand that people can't do that. Weird. That's like the thing where like you close your eyes and like imagine an apple or whatever, and Like some people just have darkness, and some people have like apparently very clear ways of visualizing said apple or those things, and it's different for everyone. All right, you eat Lance. Anything? All right, garbage. Garbage day. It just makes me think about the people who memorize cards and like places of pi, where they come up with mnemonics using like stories and like landscapes and everything else in order to remember like their journey through a thing, in order to remember the digits of pi by associating the numbers with them and whatnot. Thinking is a weird thing. What sets us apart? It's what sets us apart from a lot of things. Welcome, Kama. Welcome to the desert. You missed the junk heap. I got 4 pieces of Damascus steel in an hour, so that was pretty good luck on our front. But we are now at the unlucky portion of Shumi. Oh, no shade. No shade has spawned here. All right, hold on. Well, no one said that you were insane. You're the only person saying that. We were just talking about the different ways in which people think is all, and how some people like just have darkness when they are asked to visualize an apple. Other people visualize the apple. Other people have like only a vague red blob. Some people think about it in like the words that make up the apple, which is kind of what King was saying. And those types of things. And all that stuff. Just the different ways that people think. And talk to themselves in their heads. Or not. Because apparently I guess some people don't have an internal thinking voice. Is what King has informed me of. So. Humans are weird. That's my takeaway for the most part, really. That humans are weird. There we go. Nope, stop. Why would you untarget it? I don't understand you. Ouch. Where are you? Wait, there he is. You wanna give me something here that isn't a health salve? No? Okay, bye. When I think one very specific thing for me thinking about stuff is when I read books. If it's a really good book and I can get really into it, I kind of stop realizing that I'm reading the words and instead just kind of get like a movie picture going in my head of what I'm reading. That happened when I like in fourth grade, I believe it was. I specifically remember an instance of it happening in 4th grade while reading one of the Harry Potter books at my desk, because when I would read at school during like break periods and stuff, I'd have the book open in my lap and then I'd stick my forehead down on the desk, so I was just bent over my desk, so nothing else was in my world besides reading like the letters directly in front of my face, basically. And one time I got so into reading because, you know, I had this movie playing out in front of me from reading it that I didn't realize that class had started, so then I got yelled at. And I think that's why I remember it. Like, specifically. But I don't read as often anymore, sadly. Or books, I should say. Like, full crazy books. But I mean, how many times have I said that on a stream at this point? Somehow, I feel like I've said it a lot. But I only really read new books. New, very wordy novel type books when I go traveling, which I haven't in a while, so. Except for Your Boys, which I read recently. Because I saw it, I bought it, I conquered. Funk. Oh god. Can we just stay targeted on the same enemy? The answer is no. Hyperactive the last stream. I didn't drink anything weird last stream, no. I did have some sake today. Because my friend was visiting this weekend. So I decided that was a good chance to enjoy a beverage. Count the pores on every environmental detail. I don't know how that information will help you in a D&D campaign, but you know, I don't know, maybe it could. I think it's just the way people are good at certain things. It's probably easier to visualize some things than others for some people. Like, when I think about people I know, I don't like get a picture of them in my head. Like, I don't get a picture of them when I close my eyes. But if I'm thinking about someone and I can see them in my mind's eye, I guess. But like, there's no... That's not the same thing, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. Because like, seeing something... For me, seeing something in that way doesn't give me like the actual like picture as my eyes see it, but it's like... I mean, it is, but it's not. I don't know how to describe it. It's the mind's eye of it. Oh yeah. Oh boy, look! Another useless item. Thanks. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock here, so it's late-ish, I suppose. I mean, I think part of the silliness from last stream was also that it was an 8-hour stream during the middle of the day, so there's no... I didn't have an entire day's worth of stuff behind me at that point. So all the energy was for the stream as opposed to pouring it into wage slaving or what have you. And yes, we were indeed talking about phallic things. Oh shit, that's not it. How about this? Is there a way to reset a picture in OBS so it's not cropped in the same way? Oh wait, I think... Oh god, OBS, why don't you unclick that? Why is this so difficult to make big? Oh, it's upside down too. Here you go. No, this is bacon, scrambled eggs with pepper, and pancakes. Some of the pancakes are stuffed with red bean paste. So that was the breakfast that I served to my my visiting friend this morning. He did buy sausage, but we didn't eat any sausage while he was here. Apparently a South Korean soccer team got in trouble putting sex dolls in the stands to make it seem like more people were watching. You know, I feel like that's just like ingenuity in a trying time, and that they shouldn't be punished for that. Can you be my chef if I pay you? Well, I mean, you might want to like hold those words in when I tell you about what I made on my plate. because that was the plate that I gave to my friend. So that was the normal food prepared for him in the best ways possible. Mine had the same delicious bacon that was fantastic, and had the pancakes of goodness, some of which were stuffed with the bean paste. But it also included not scrambled eggs, but an omelet. And not just any omelet, but an omelet made with chocolate milk instead of regular milk. Because I was feeling daring and inspired this morning and decided, why not? Like, what could go wrong doing that? You put milk into an omelet normally anyway. Or water if you're weird and don't like delicious creaminess. Or you're just lactose intolerant, I suppose. But yeah, I threw chocolate milk into it, and it actually wasn't terrible. Like, I expected it to be way worse, and it was actually fairly edible. Metal piercing. Not quite what I wanted. But I described it earlier, but I'll describe it again. Streaming is all about repeating yourself anyway. But like, so like, imagine okay, there's two different ways. One is really easy to describe, which is, imagine you're eating an omelet and you also happen to have chocolate milk near you because you're like, cool, I'm gonna have chocolate milk today. And then you ate omelet and then had a like sip of your chocolate milk and got like, you know, that. And you're like, oh, cool. And had a slight mixing of the taste. And you're like, all right, that's fine. Good stuff. That's one way to describe it because it's pretty similar to it. The other thing is like, if you had a crepe, like a dessert crepe with chocolate syrup on it, but you were also eating breakfast and you felt like you needed to get breakfast food, so you ordered some eggs as well, and some of that chocolate syrup got onto your eggs, but you ate it anyway, and you felt the two different flavors in your mouth, and you enjoyed both, and you were just like, all right, and you just moved on from that. That's basically what the chocolate omelet was like. Like, very lightly hinted with chocolate, but enough that you notice it, but there's also the normal egg omelet taste. So honestly, better than expected, very edible, not in like the weekly rotation of like, I'm making myself a delicious breakfast and I feel like doing this, but also like not in the I'm not going to not do this again category of foodstuffs. So, which is fine. Of course, the moment I made it and told my friend about it, he immediately compared it to my Kool-Aid burgers that I made before. I don't know why. People always act like the Kool-Aid burgers were the worst thing on the planet, but I'm pretty sure that they aren't. They were quite edible, just a little bit crunchy because of like the caramelization of the Kool-Aid. I mean, if you're not gonna, why bother cooking if you're not gonna be a little daring with your foods, you know? An experiment to see if you can find anything good. Why do you only drop the salves for me? Give me the goodness. Sweet and sour kielbasa sandwiches. That sounds pretty good. And don't worry, Kama, I don't take being called weird as a slight. Oh god, no. Fuck. I hate the mouse sometimes. Comma, whatever you just typed, I hate to ask this. Would you mind? I think it was comma. It might have been king. Could you just send it again? The the mouse. I clicked with the mouse, and it was unfortunately over a link on the Twitch chat channel, so it changed the page. And unfortunately, chat doesn't like maintain its state at all when you navigate away and back to it. And I didn't look over at OBS's capture in time to like see. So I have no idea what you just typed previously. The last thing that I have in my current chat, or rather the top thing I have, I guess, is barbecue sauce plus red currant for the sweet and sour sauce. Then take some kielbasa, grill it up nice. Then throw in the sauce with it nice and sticky, cut it in half, put it in a grilled bun. So that sounds fantastic. And then I think I have your response about the weirdness. No wonder you like the sausage. Oh. Yeah, no, ordinary sausage is fantastic. That dude is like right up my alley as far as like people who I would hang out with and do weird food stuff with. He's high on that list. Also, I like that this scorpion's tail just pops up out of nowhere. Like it just spawns there every time. It's great. Oh yeah. What do you got? Anything? No. Nothing. All right. We have yet to get a single subdued bracelet or whatever it's called. You don't think? Okay, but can I tell you what his most recent sausage was? Because it's relevant to all of our lives. It just came out yesterday? Was it yesterday or the day before? It must have been either Friday night or Saturday morning, maybe. It was probably Friday night. That would be thematically fitting. He came out with the gamer sausage, aka Mountain Dew and Dorito sausage, which was a 4 out of 5 Mark Ruffalo's on the blow, and a 0 out of 10 on the taste. So yeah, he put Mountain Dew and Doritos into a blender, blended it up real nice, stuffed it into some intestine, and grilled it up. It actually looked decent, like just looks wise, but yeah, no, it did not. The taste did not hold up. Sadly, one of the instances of when the ratio of Mark Ruffalo to score did not apply. But I still appreciate the fact that he made the Mountain Dew and Dorito sausage. It was a YouTube comment suggestion video, which are always very short. He made it exactly 1 minute long, which makes me upset a little bit that YouTube punishes like really short videos as far as like algorithm goes and whatnot. Like there was a while, I think, where if your video or the meta of YouTube was like you had to have over 11 minutes or something stupid like that. So then you ended up with tons of people making content and like purposely padding out their shit in order to make it hit that little like limit to get it like properly monetized or whatever. It was so annoying because then it's just so much garbage, and it like lent a whole thing to like all the videos from the era where you just had tons of garbage on it. It was like, why can't we just have straight to the point shit? I don't care about your Squarespace sponsorship. This is why like plain lists of words to ban and that kind of things don't work particularly well. The bone and pubic filters and such. Though pubic triangle is probably like one of my favorite art terms, because the first time I ran into it was in an art history class, where whenever we looked at like ancient stone statues or fertility what do you call them? Not models. Fertility idols, that's what they were, and other things, the professor would always very specifically be like, notice the pubic triangle is clearly defined, because that's a thing like that clearly indicates that the thing was meant as a sex/fertility idol, good luck charm thing, was all about the pubic triangle. But for a while, because I enjoyed that phrase so much, my I think my PS3 username on my friend's PS3 was pubic triangle, which was always fun because I'd play Killzone 3. Killzone 3 was on the PS3, right? Anyway, Killzone 3, and my, the PS3 online was free, and I'd be playing the Killzone multiplayer and murdering people as the pubic triangle. So I got a good kick out of that. But yeah, Quain, going back up for a moment though. I get not like... I cook alone most of the time, but also like having my friend here this weekend, I cooked breakfasts both days. Made biscuits and gravy from scratch with bacon and eggs one morning, and then the pancakes, eggs, and bacon that I just showed you briefly the other morning. So it is a lot of fun to cook for people. And I made a bunch of cookies and such too. So been singing a lot? I don't think so. I mean, besides the occasional little diddly on stream, but I don't really consider that singing because I'm not a good... I cannot sing worth any ounce of goodness. I think there are records of VR chat karaoke streams that can attest to that, but I am not good at singing. Oh, those were the days though, when I used to stream VR chat every now and then and get up to no good with my international cohort. That was fun. Lucky that I am a streamer who gets very, very few people coming by, because there were probably plenty of things that were not TOS friendly when I did those VR chat streams. But it was fun. Quick thing, some Kamasutra top. Well, that would be perfect though, because it starts off with "I know I let you down" as the first line. So it's great. I like that song. It's so happy yet so depressing. It's wonderful. It's like everything good in life. Give me a bracelet. Give me a bracelet. Bracelet? No. All right. Yes, I know that it starts with "I know," but it was close enough to make a joke about. God damn it. When I was a little kid and would go to church with my parents, both my sisters are fairly good singers, and my brother is a really good singer too. But one sister more so than the other is pretty amazing as far as singing goes. But I'd always listen to them, so I always wanted to like sing high like them, but couldn't because my voice doesn't really do that. So I think that's probably one issue that I have, is that if I do sing, I want to like sing higher than my voice actually wants to be, and thus you get wonderful squeaky horrible noises that sound tone deaf. So that's how it is. But I think the important thing, and the way to teach yourself to sing if you really want to, is to drink a bunch of alcohol and play VR chat. Because that is like the best way. That is the best way to do that, because you drink your booze and then you no longer will care what you sound like, because you're just obnoxious and you're in a giant karaoke map and there's 20 people screaming at the top of their lungs to whatever weird music is on the screen, and no one is going to hear you, or rather no one will be able to tell who's the one who's singing terribly, and you just blend into the crowd of noise and have a good time. Used to do that when I played VR chat, but also don't really drink anymore either. I mean, I just mentioned that I was drinking sake earlier, but it's like the first alcohol that's touched my lips in like a month at least, probably more. Whenever it was that I last had my forced happy hour, when work schedules a happy hour for you. Okay, it's not really work. Co-workers who want to like have human interaction, which you can't really hold against them, I suppose, but not getting any bracelets. That's a good attitude, I think. Fuck the haters, I think, is the attitude there, which is all good. Though would probably cause some issues if like they didn't realize that you had such a lovely singing voice and they weren't prepared for your operatic tones. of Don Giovanni as like they served you dinner. You were just so excited about it. It's a good opera. I just like the way it hits. For a little while, I think it was when I dated a girl who was obsessed with Les Mis. I got into more musicals and operas and kind of enjoying those as background noise and such. But Don Giovanni was always really good, I think. Just because it's got like, some of the people who sing those have that really, really powerful voice. And just that song, you know, the Don Giovanni song itself, it's like, it hits in a good way. Did you drop anything? No? Okay, cool, thanks. I'm trying to go from posh color talking voice to deep punk man voice. But what if you were in a punk band though? Like when girls do like screamo and stuff like that, you know? God damn, why do I keep getting hostiles? I don't understand why they dropped those. I don't remember them dropping those originally. I thought it was just piercings and bracelets. But yeah, there are some women who do like growling and those types of things. I mean, I don't really listen to a lot of music with growling in it in general. Like, I do enjoy the occasional metal song with some yelling and screaming in it and those types of things, but I don't have an opinion on it, I guess, since I don't listen to a lot of it. I just know that it exists. I think the cure for that is that you just need to find like a bisexual man, because then he'll be attracted to the male voice and everything else involved. So it will fit, because if they like both worlds, then you'll find it. God, the lock-on does not like flying enemies. This is what this adventure in Desert Land is teaching us. Like, the moment he goes down and stops being on the plane above us is the moment that the lock-on tries to swap to a new enemy, even though he's not dead yet. Pansexual? Okay, well, cast iron pans are lovely, and I did use one today. And the way that they glisten is beautiful, especially when well-oiled and maintained. But, like, it's just not the same, you know? Alright, nothing there. Boobs are too big to be a feminine man. Okay, but what about like fat feminine men? They have boobs. All I'm seeing is excuses here. And put downs on yourself. Gotta stop. Gotta have some confidence in yourself. See, like there's plenty of people who would be like, hey, what's that? You got sausage and dumplings? Give me some of that. Alright, here we go. Second. We are over an hour in on farming these bracelets and have 0 drops. That sounds about right for these. But yeah, like King said, big boobs work, because the bisexual likes both. So there you go. And they didn't realize that they were getting a 2-for-1. But no one denies the BOGO stand. Yeah, BOGO sale. Buy one, get one off. Yeah, BOGO. I can never remember the acronym because I never worked like retail. Nope. Alright. Just had friends who did that. As far as I haven't decided to play video games. Oh yeah. Videos again, sorry. I mean, I guess I'm not doing an 8-hour stream right now, so I guess I haven't felt the need to. Punk. I think it wasn't until we were like 5 or 6 hours into the last stream, I think, that we started throwing up YouTube videos to help pass the time. Buy one, get one free. Big if. I think it was Payless shoes that would advertise their big BOGO sales. Buy one, get one. Because I think that it probably made the marketing material easier. Because if it's buy one, get one, then you can have it be buy one, get one half off, buy one, get one free, buy one, get one whatever. And they can use like all the same promotions and like same commercials and stuff. Because then it's just like when you get to the store, they tell you exactly what it is. Save money. Buy one, get one commercial. Maybe that's what they did. Come here. See that? See how it just swaps the lock on immediately? Another piercing, not a bracelet. Pain. Pain. Oh, that's... Wait, I forget. The Pain song from Cyberpunk is royalty free, isn't it? Because it's on the streamer friendly track of Cyberpunk. Which means that we could totally play it. I kind of want to listen to that song. Because it describes this rather well. That's fair. I mean... I could definitely see that happening with someone who... Sorry, I'm trying to find a video real quick. This one.
Pain pickle.
Just Pekara can describe our feelings here. Here we go. This wonderful song. Which is so silly. There, we'll turn off the music real quick on here for this. Just for this song. This is not, I'm not gonna turn this into YouTube land yet. I just want you to enjoy this song. Just for the chorus, you'll understand. It describes farming rather well. I forget, do I have Goblin Please in my chat, by the way? No, I don't. Darn. Nier, you wanna come back into focus? I think it describes this farming process rather well. They like to fuck, they like to taste. Which one did you miss? Oh, pain. Yeah, yes, they like pain. That's the whole song. It's just all about pain. Has a good beat though, honestly. Like, it's just like, it's music they made specifically for like the for Cyberpunk, obviously, but also for like the streamer friendly playlist where it wouldn't get them DMCA'd. With like pang. Another metal piercing. Why? Why do you do this? Okay, going back to happy desert noises now. But yeah, that's Pain by Le Destroy and the Red Glare. Oh, that was apparently a music video for it. Maybe that's why it sounded a little bit different than I'm used to. But yeah, the pain, the pure pain. All right, hold on. Let me get my everything back in line.
Pain pickle.
Okay. Let's respawn the desert and see if we can find it again. Also, hello, kitty. Why does that feel... I feel like I've read... Oh, my mouse on screen again. I feel like I've read that before, King. Is that quoting something? How is Babby born? Knights of the Old... no, that's... Sorry, that acronym looks really familiar, and yet I'm a dumbass. KOTH. King of the Hill? Dale. King of the Hill, is that what it is? A show that I never really watched. I know, like, vaguely some things, like the one of the voices of the characters, I think. But it's about it. It is, I am correct, right? It is the bracelets that drop from these guys. That's what we're trying to farm right now, I think. It's not the necklaces, I believe. That we're gonna get those from the top of the shrine. Please? Bracelet? Bracelet? No bracelet. Alright. No bracelet. So if I, like, there's a cancel here. You can kind of see it when I do it right. Or you get the momentum forward from the swing, but also go into the roll. I think that would work well for like a first half speedrun type thing. Because remember in when I speed ran, when I speed ran the original game, by the point where you get the spear, you would start using that, and you roll and like poke, I think, in order to speedrun. You have lots of female friends. You have lots. Oh, do I have lots of female friends? I have enough, I suppose. I mean, I've had many in the past, I suppose. I feel like I don't have tons of friends at the moment, just because I haven't seen most of them in like over a year. But yeah, I suppose so. What is the? There's probably a follow-up to this question, I assume. I had a healthy mix back in the day of both female and male friends during high school. Though generally I get along better with female friends because they're not as confrontational. And they don't get drunk and say mean things to me. They just get drunk and then need me to carry them back home. At which point they say many nice things to you, which is a much preferred alternative to people getting drunk and then dumping their problems onto you and blaming you for things. Went from only having female friends to only having male friends. Was there a... Did that happen like post-schoolage? Oh, most of them got super toxic and manipulative. That sounds about right. Is it common for women in my country to be friend? Wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm going to have to reread that sentence. So I'm not trying to roll past scorpions. I think I missed like an important keyword somewhere. Dirty bag. Ah, dang. I mean, there's definitely people in like all over the world, I would think. I don't think that is specific to like one country or the other. But there's definitely people and types of people who only become friends with the opposite sex because they want something from them, sexually or otherwise. But those types of relationships typically don't last, last long, I would think. Because I feel like those types of people don't tend to be in it for the long haul for stuff. So, but I think once you get past like schooling ages, like whether that ends at high school or ends at college or ends even before that, once you get past those stages where you're constantly exposed to like large groups of people over and over again, it becomes much harder to become friends with people, I think, unless you actively seek out groups of people, like meetup groups or like associations, like the Neighborhood Watch, or like, I know that seems a little bit silly, but like those types of things, or like meetups for people who like X language or that kind of stuff. So if you are attempting to make friends with people, then I have heard good things about using Meetup to do so. And that's I believe that's used in many countries. I don't think it's exclusively this. Wow, I'm like looking at the screen, like musing about how to make friends. I look over and immediately see, if cat girls existed, would they lick their own buttholes? Asking the real questions here. I'm so proud of you, chat. Wait, I think I just saw it. Nope, that's just Emil. Oh no, it is an enemy. 1 second. Oh, what do we got? Yes! I need like, I don't have like a video of happiness and joy to play. I just realized I only have pain. I only have pain for the farming. I don't have like the actual happiness and joy from when we managed to actually get what we need. Hold on, gotta go save before I die and lose it all. Well, I mean, I can't really feel that I can help too much with different culturesmen. So that took an hour and a half about to get the first of, let's see, how many subdued bracelets do we need? 3? 3. We need 3 of those. Right? I don't happen to have just a random one. That's... There it is. Oh no, yeah, I only have the one. I mean, I can totally see why that would happen though. Like, people exploring things and they kind of use you for it. That is sadly understandable. Sorry, I'm trying to find something to use as like happiness and joy for the fact that like we got what we needed. And YouTube is failing me, so let me go into my own stash of videos because I feel sad. Oh, what about this? How about the banana song? How's that? We can listen to the banana song as our victory music. Do you feel the happiness and joy emanating from the banana song? There you go. What did you think about the bananas? I don't know if it really fits quite very well for a victory thing, but it's what I had. It was the first thing I saw that was relatively good. Where's the banana song from? You know, I don't remember the name of the anime off the top of my head. But if you search on YouTube for banana song anime, you'll probably find it. It's my back. I'm pretty sure I downloaded that video off of YouTube. So, pretty sure anyway. But I'm pretty sure she's doing like a talent competition or something like that. I think. So. You ask why aren't there people that listen to that stuff? But like, I watched the viewers number drop when I put that on. Not that Twitch's view count is actually correct most of the time. Like, for a solid majority of Friday stream, when there were very, very clearly both of you in chat talking to me, the dashboard informed me that there was one viewer for like almost the entire time of that thing. So smaller streamers and maybe even bigger streamers, I don't know, but Twitch's number is not an accurate number for whatever reason. So generally I just discount it. But it did go from 4 to 3 when I put the banana song on. So take that as you will. I won't take offense to people leaving my stream because I happen to show bananas. And a girl in a swimsuit dancing while singing about the bananas. But there are worse things that I could play. I'm just saying. I have them. I'm just not gonna, do them. Oh, maybe I should use the Satania gets honked on video for the victory music. That's a good one. Although that's mainly just Satania crying, so that might be better used like at hour 2 of farming for these and getting nothing or something like that. That is dumb. I kind of get it though. I mean, detecting people is hard on the interwebs. Like, there's only so many things you're allowed to do. Not to mention with like EU privacy settings and cookie related things. Like, I'm sure you've gone to websites and you've seen the obnoxious thing pop up that says, accept our cookies. Or the even more obnoxious thing that pops up where it says, do you want to customize your cookie options? And they attempt to give you all these options about things, but 90% of them are like, oh, the required cookies, like our ad tracking. You're like, well, no, I don't want any of this. No, don't want your ad tracking, you dick. But yeah, it's all just silly. You deserve people that enjoy anime girls singing about bananas. I mean, that's really the kind of friends that I need in my life. My friend that I was just visiting, or sorry, that was visiting me. I don't visit people. I do sometimes, but not often. It's easier, generally speaking, for people to come to me than it is for me to come to them because I get nervous about leaving my motorcycle out on the street or like in parking places and such because I don't want people to mess with my bike. So if someone lives in like the middle of nowhere or like in a sketchy neighborhood, it makes me not want to do that because people try to like I feel like it's more likely for people to try to steal a motorcycle than it is a car sometimes. Or even to like rifle through shit, because I have saddlebags on my bike, and like I have come back to my bike even though it's in my parking garage and like found that someone has gone through my saddlebags. I don't keep anything in there besides a map, but like, and they didn't take the map, unsurprisingly, but it's still like violation of space type thing. You're like, well, you're a douche. Yeah, I don't remember the full context of the banana of the banana clip. Just that it's great and it makes me smile. That's all really was important about. So a while ago, I used to have, you know, like the notifications when people follow you, or like any of those other Twitch alerts. I used to have those show up on stream. I have like maybe like a year ago, I think, or something like that. I hid the window for it because I got tired of seeing it. Sometimes like it would pop up at the worst moments, like middle of a really serious cutscene, and then like someone would follow or something, and you just get a pop-up of Miku doing like a cute heart, which is adorable and great, but not great when you're like watching babies fall down from the sky trying to murder things in Drakengard or something like that. But I was just thinking about that because I was thinking about the videos that I have and whatnot. I'm like, oh, you know, I could use a video that I have from I'm a Cheer, which I think aired a year and a half ago, 2 years, maybe longer ago. That might be an older one by this point. But there's a really cute clip of it. I'll play it in a second. I didn't know that Dead Money is talking about the weight of gold. I don't know if I've heard the phrase dead money before. Blood money or blood diamonds, yes, but this clip.
No, thank you.
See, we could just break that into two pieces, right? Like the I love you would be for the follow, right? And then the no thank you would be for like a raid or something. Dead Money is a Fallout New Vegas heist DLC. Ah, okay. I can see why they'd go with that name. I mean, it sounds like it would be exciting, right? Anime Chira is a pretty cute anime. And, you know, furthers the understanding that no matter what it is, if someone makes a cute girls doing cute things show about it, there's a good chance that you'll probably enjoy it. Like, do I care about cheerleading? Not really. Not especially. It was mostly a joke in my high school because the cheerleading team, quote unquote, was literally like 2 people. I think it got up to like 5 by the time I left, because they did try hard, but like it wasn't any bring it on scenario. Let's put it that way. Ouch. Yeah, hold on. Huh. Well, that makes sense then, King. The gold bar. Oh, I've been poisoned. The Dead Money weight gold bars thing. That sounds like they thought it through to some degree then, right? And what do I go by on stream? I mean, the handle works fine. Pete's Eater. Or some people just shorten it to Pete's occasionally. Which I always find amusing, because then for anyone who doesn't go to the YouTube archive, they like assume that I must be named Peter or something like that. But that's not the case. My name is on my YouTube channel, but generally I don't go by that, and I get a little bit weirded out if people like use my actual name on stream, because it's not like really advertised. Actually, is it? I don't remember. Is my about me in the bottom of the Twitch page, does it actually use my name? Or does it just say like, hi? Like hi, a Pete's Eater name here or something. Or it probably doesn't even mention anything, I don't remember. In general, like, I just use whatever the handle is type thing. I think the only reason my YouTube account has like an actual name on it that it isn't just a handle or something is because it's tied to an email account that I use for, you know, like normal things and such and talking to people. And it would be weird if it wasn't my usual name because of like things like LinkedIn or those kind of things go to that email address. So Hyrule 10 is a bit like the oldest handle that I have. It's like the first one, like when I was a wee lad and my first getting set up with an email account and whatnot, Hyrule 10 was the username because I was like, Zelda's cool, and then I couldn't be Hyrule, so I was like, oh, we'll put a number on it. And the 10 literally means nothing. I don't even think I was 10 at the time. Like, I literally don't know why. It was probably just like, let's try Hyrule 1, and it didn't work. So then it was probably like Hyrule 1 plus a 0, and then it worked. Because like the whole like back in those days, ooh, is that a? Oh no, that's just his leg. I thought it was a gold thing. But back in those days, one of the recommendations for usernames when like you ran into someone having the handle you wanted, it would recommend you use your birth year as part of it sometimes, like in common things, which nowadays, and you know, fairly quickly on the moment anyone started putting anything sensitive on the internet, people realized that was a terrible idea, because you should probably never ever advertise like your actual age or your actual birth date, like birth year, all the important information that you use for like password, account recovery, any of those types of things. You probably shouldn't like throw that out onto like part of the username itself. So Choo Choo Kazoo. Is that a mishearing of the Beatles lyrics? Choo choo kazoo choo 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 kazoo. Because that's what I hear. But yeah, the PSN account, pubic triangle. I don't remember if that was just my display name or if it was the actual account name though, because like I said, it was my friend's PS3 that I had the account on. Though I now own that PS3 now that I think about it. So when I stream Drakengard 3, the account that I stream from is pubic triangle. And I think I might have kept that for my my Xbox 360 one. I think. Yes. I was streaming Octopath. And I haven't streamed it since. I'm sorry. I'll get around to it again eventually. Don't worry. We'll get there. Wait, what am I doing? Where's the fly lad? Pretty fly for a shade guy. Nice miss. And a health salve. Cool story. Let's run back. Drakengard 3 needs a remake. That's what it needs. Or Drakengard 1. Or just, you know what? Take Drakengard 1 and 3 and like put them into a remaster collection. And then I'll get that. I'd buy that. Don't include Drakengard 2 in it though. We don't need that. Drakengard 1 and 3 will be fine. Choo-choo-kazoo is a reference to your pet ferret Chewbacca. Oh. The day you found her, she bit your thigh. And you kept this creature. So you say you found her. That makes it sound like you went outside, found a wild ferret, it bit you, and you decided that this was like a sign of love and affection. You just want to port. Well, what would they port it to? Steam? I feel like a lot of console to Steam ports are not always good. Like, they definitely generally have issues. Like, Republic Commando, which I think just got a Switch remake, port, remaster thing recently, or is going to, has a Steam version that has some pretty shit issues that you need to, like, work around. Oh, good. Well, at least it wasn't Health Salve. I played it on stream before, the Steam version of Republic Commando, and it's basically impossible to use certain control schemes with it because the mouse sensitivity goes off like craziness. So you had to like hack it together. It is possible to play, but it has issues. Also, what was that, Nier? What was that floaty walkie thing you were just doing? It's cool, I guess. She was living in your garage for a week. Huh. Well, I'm glad that, like, she wasn't super feral and whatnot. You domesticated a ferret. I guess someone's got to domesticate them. Or animals in general, right? Blink. I like the changes to the gameplay that they did for this. Like, being able to use magic and fight at the same time is very nice. Not to mention that the way that the bigger magic attacks are incorporated into the combat. It all feels a lot more fluid, as opposed to like you're still, at the end of the day, you're using the Phoenix Spear and smacking things with it. I mean, that hasn't changed. So the gameplay doesn't change too much, but like, it does feel more neat sometimes. So I don't mind that change. I think the combat changes is good overall within the... Damn it. I saw the yellow and got excited. So close. Oh, damn it. I don't have the pain mapped to a hotkey. Ouch. Great. I should probably do that. That way I can press the pain button whenever we run into a metal bracelet instead of a subdued one. Or sorry, a metal piercing instead of a subdued. Health salve. That's not the menu I want. Thank you, bye. Wait. Oh, they thought it was a... Okay. Huh. Well, good for you for taking it in then, I guess. Probably wouldn't have lived too much longer otherwise. You want the original because it's harder, but look at this farming we're doing. Isn't this the kind of difficulty that you want in your game? That hasn't changed. The rates are still shit. Massive steaming piles of it. Wait, you're not pain. What happened to my pain? We don't love and no thank yous. We want demonic screeching like this. Because it perfectly describes the pain that we have inside. I feel like I've got to have... We got some good ones here. Where's my, where's one that describes the pain of getting a metal piercing? That sounds funny now that I just said that out loud. Oh, here we go. This will be good. Do that. Let me just map my hotkeys real quick so I don't have to pause the game whenever I want to make this stupid thing show up. For comedic effect, that will be funny once, and then afterwards, you'll just be like, nah, it's dumb. Make it stop. Stop doing that. Show pain Becco. Oh, I mapped it to 3. Why did I map it to 3? Huh. Alright, well, it's mapped to 3. That isn't what I was going to show. I was going to show this one. Because that's very similar to what it feels like. Disney's version of Cruella has always been a feminist fantasy. I think that deserves a pain. I have not watched Cruella, the new one. Doesn't that have what's the hot Emily Stone? Is it Emily Stone, or is that the wrong name? What's her name? What's that lady's name who plays Cruella? Wasn't she like for a little while everyone was like she the hottest type thing, even though her eyes are so widely set that she kind of looks like a frog? Not saying that she's not attractive, I'm just pointing out that she has features that are rather amphibious. And a health salve. Thanks. Cool. Great. Awesome. Not as painful. Not as painful as seeing the yellow orb and getting the piercing, though. What country's flag is white on top, then blue, then red? I don't know. White, blue, red. It's not Greece, that's just blue and white. It's not Spain, 'cause that's... What's Italy? No, Italy's has green in it as well, right? So it's not that. Brazil's has green too, I think. Pepsi Land. You're not wrong that those colors are in Pepsi. Does Britain have... Well, it's not striped though. It's stripes, I assume, right? That you're talking about? White, then blue, then red? Oh wait, it's not Czech. Russia. For some reason I thought that Russia's flag was only 2 colors. But okay. I mean, I believe you. I'm terrible with like general knowledge and trivia, which, you know, you would think that I'd be better at it because I used to play trivia once a week for like 4 years. And I have learned basically nothing except that jellyfish are immortal. I know that much. That there's an immortal jellyfish because they don't die. They just keep going. Mm-hmm. You think we'll manage to make it back? Oh well, if Emil heals us like that, then I guess we'll be fine. Gonna say, we're poisoned. Do you think we'll manage to make it back all the way to Facade before having to use a health salve? Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I have never game overed so far. Am I correct in that? Does anyone remember a game over at any point in this entire playthrough? Because that's part of the reason why in the junk heap I wasn't throwing myself down holes. Because that's everyone's suggestion when you farm Damascus steel, is if you go and you find Damascus steel, toss yourself down and suicide down the holes, because then it respawns the boxes without you having to go outside the junk heap again. But I'm pretty sure I haven't had a single game over, so I don't want to start now. Anything that like says sus. If you're not playing Among Us, why would you say sus? Unless you're British, because I guess that's a normal like bit of lingo there or something. I've been told. But Bugs Bunny is very special. Like, remember that one time when he was being hunted by Elmer Fudd and he decided that the best way to avoid like being murdered and shot and ate was to seduce Elmer Fudd? Like, what logic is that? I guess bunnies are like bugs are really bugs. Bugs Bunny, the bunny, is really horny, right? Because he's, you know, he's a bunny. Like, it makes sense, right? I think. Could be wrong. Where's the, sorry, I just reminded myself of a picture that I downloaded earlier today. I'm just gonna see if I can find it real quick. There it is, I found it. Good. Aw, hold on, we gotta rotate it. Here you go. This is the chat sometimes. Oh, good, it's... This is the chat sometimes. This is what it feels like. Alright, let's try to get another bracelet. Animated hobbit kind with a giant mouth and crooked teeth. Oh, sorry, I misread that as like being a description of Bugs Bunny. I was like, Bugs Bunny isn't a goblin. I mean, he probably could pretend to be one though. He's talented like that. Oh, fuck yeah. Wait, wrong button. Wait, wrong shit. Where'd it go? I had the happiness. Damn it. I lost my victory music for whenever we actually get one. Okay. How about... this? Here we go. Perfect. Well, here we go. This is my victory music. I'm gonna go grab the other bracelet while we're out here and then say, you enjoy this.
This fucking game, it makes me sick. I don't know how I'll ever please you. I don't know how to fucking please you. So I just scoot the burbs.
Damn.
Scoot the burbs.
Secretly hoping for another bracelet than that. Oh shoot, did I put this on loop?
Scoot the burbs. This game controls like a bag of turds. I'll scoot until I'm fucking pregnant. I'll scoot until the piss runs down my thighs. So I just scoot the burbs.
Hose the radios
Scoot
right now.
the burbs. Scoot the burbs. Scoot the burbs. Scoot.
Okay, and then it loops. Alright. That anime, that's not the audio that goes with that anime, obviously. The audio is Red Fox, Scoot the Burbs. And the video itself is from Sing Yesterday, or Sing Yesterday to Me, I think is the English title of it, which is a really good drama anime, actually. And I don't normally like drama anime because most, if not 90% of the time, it's always just like, I misunderstood you and then proceeded to do 15 things based on that horrible misassumption and misunderstanding, and that gets real stale real quick. So I don't generally like drama like that. Like what was that show where you had the nerdy kid get a cute girlfriend and then oh shoot, that describes like 15 drama animes. Never mind. What anime was it? Oh, Sing Yesterday to Me. But that one was really good because the drama wasn't forced, and it wasn't like, oh, I misunderstood X, so now we have drama because I'm a dumbass who doesn't know how to ask a question. The drama actually came from the scenarios they were placed in because of the actual, like, you know, complicated relationships that were building up between the characters and the situations that they were dealing with because they are who they are, and so they act certain ways. It was a good drama and was satisfactory. And that's Haru, who's the best girl in that, according to me. You can have a different best girl if you want, but that one was the best for me. Oh, nerdy guy gets cute girlfriend. No, that one, I don't remember the name of it. I'd have to actually go look at my list of anime that I have watched and look for things with like a score of 3 or under, because then I would probably find it. My First Girlfriend's Gal. No, I enjoyed that one because it had Gal in it. A different one where he's which one is it? He had blue hair. The main character, blue hair and glasses, was a nerdy dude. And oh, actually, the girl might have been Galish too. That might have been why I watched it. But it wasn't My First Girlfriend's a Gal, because that one I think is more ecchi fan service than it is drama. Have I ever heard the song Hatsukoi by Hikaru Utada? I don't think so. But I do listen to a lot of music on autoplay on YouTube. And I wouldn't be terribly surprised if that's a popular song. Oh, good, a health salve. Oops. Okay, good. Sorry, I accidentally just tapped a button on my keyboard and had to make sure I didn't hit the kill for the stream. Which is the 2 button on my numpad. The 1 button is the go live button. And the 3 button is the pain button. So if I ever miss the pain and hit the 2 and I suddenly disappear, you know why. I'm not entirely convinced that the spear slash roll is actually faster than a well-executed sword one. We could try to time it, maybe. I'm tempted to do like a speed run to ending A of this game in the same way that I did for Gestalt. But at the same time, not yet, and not for a while once I actually finish it, considering we're now hopping up towards 80 hours due to the farming for the grind. So, you know, after I beat this, I'm probably gonna want a nice break from it for at least a little while. Spawn! Oh, flying. Oh, that reminds me. So I mentioned that I was watching Dragon Ball Super recently. The Flying Nimbus actually made an appearance in an episode of Dragon Ball Super. I was so pleasantly surprised because I thought they'd just like totally forgotten about it and would never need it ever again since all the characters can fly. And I'm wondering if they're gonna bring it with them to the Tournament of Power. See yellow happy orb. Hope for bracelet. Get piercing. Why am I running back to facade instead of going through the other way? Poke, poke. Like mildly tempted while I run. Let's see here. Let's see if I can look up that anime. Yeah, no, it's not My First Girlfriend's a Gal. If I looked at in my hard drive, then it would work, but alright. But still, we have 2 bracelets so far, so that's good. We only need 1 more, and then we can proceed to the shrine, where we will spend the rest of our days on top of the shrine trying to get 4 forlorn necklaces. Though that might happen Wednesday, honestly. Because it is past 11 p.m. here. I do have work tomorrow, and we've been going for nearly 4 hours. My hope, my earnest desire and hope is that we'll get another bracelet within the next 15 minutes or so. So then we'll be like, oh, there we go. 4 hours well spent. Because reminder that we haven't been doing the bracelets the entire stream, so it's not that bad. Because we got 4 pieces of Damascus steel earlier. Well, you don't need to. If you wanted to stream, you don't need to stream with a cam. I mean, I don't. I have a cam. I've used it once or twice now. Twice on stream. For the first stream of Mother 3 and for the Halloween stream a few years ago. It's the only time I've used my cam on stream. But like, generally speaking, you don't need it. Though, like, I mean, you said you have certain physical attributes, which probably would help you with streaming and getting viewers, because certain people have some advantages in that regard. But there's no like hard rule that says you need to like put a cam on in order to be successful in streaming, if that's what you would want to do. Like, I think Vinny from Vinesauce is a good example of a successful streamer. A lot of Vinesauce people on the team, like Limalicious and Rev, Monotonist, all those people who are like associated with them all like generally don't stream with a cam on, so, and they do well enough for themselves. Boing. Ow! Do for work, I program things. That's all. I program things. It makes good money. I then proceed to put the money into the bank account and then play video games and eat food. That's it. that's my life in a nutshell. All right, no bracelet. But also, I mean, like, there's definitely people who stream to get better at talking as well, or like to help motivate themselves. If you use what is it called? It's not ru.live. It's is it, maybe it's like nobody.live, I think might be the website. It's something like that. But that website finds Twitch streamers who have 0 viewers and, you know, loads their stream for you. It's a good way to channel surf on Twitch to some degree if you want to like try to find smaller streamers who, you know, if you're looking for people to talk with or anything like that, then that's a good way to find people. Because most of the time people who have low views and low viewers or just getting started off, like, you know, they'll be really excited to talk to people, and we'll talk to them. Unlike jaded fucks like me. I'm kidding. But it's kind of cool. I found some neat channels with that. Oh, the shade didn't spawn. But I mean, like, I've been having a good number of weeks for the most part. But I mean, I stream when I'm sad sometimes, and it's good to just chat it out. Because I mean, a benefit of having like no viewers 90% of the time and such is that when you talk about stuff and whatnot, it can be about whatever, and you generally don't have to worry too much about it, or you don't have to try to change anything you might say for others if you're just trying to work through things to talk to it. So of course you can do that, like you can do that on your own time, just thinking to yourself, you know. But I do find that actually like talking out loud is different than just constantly obsessing over something in your head, and you can kind of find a way forward, or at least for me. Everyone thinks differently. We've kind of touched on that this stream to some degree, talking about apples and things. Apples and reading books, all those things, whatever way you stream things. Ow, pain. Anything? No. I mean, if you never show your face on stream, they can't put your face anywhere. Like, Twitch is terrible for discovering. Like, there's a reason why websites like nobody.live exist, and why people generally have YouTube archives or like social media presence outside of Twitch, because Twitch in general is just a giant pool of like getting lost, where unless you're playing like a super niche game that people are trying to find someone watching, or like they purposely go out of their way to find low number of viewers and those kind of things, a lot of people, you know, just don't really get noticed, which is why like people start like YouTube channels or make highlight videos of it, and then they all kind of hope for like the YouTube video to go viral or those kinds of things, and then get people to come to the Twitch channel that way. Like organic growth on Twitch doesn't really exist unless you are already established. Oh, that sucks, King. The streaming to no one site died recently. I wonder if they'll like use any Twitch APIs to work around it. I underestimate the power cuteness. So what you're saying is that you're really adorable and you're afraid that everyone will come after you because of your cuteness. That's what I'm hearing. The power of horny compels you. But again, if you don't stream with the cam on, then no one can tell if you're hot or ugly. They'll just have your voice. And so you just have to like sing Sweet Child of Mine, and you'll lose all your viewers if you don't want anyone around you. You know? Because I think the only people who actually like that song is probably Axl Rose himself. That's the only person who can stand listening to him sing that song. Oh yeah, I forgot to check. Desert's live, but I really want to know if he's streaming Xenosaga or not. You like this? It's just before the rest of the instrumentation comes in on that song, the guitar is so obnoxious. It's like a third of the way as close to being as obnoxious as Axl Rose's voice. It's very easy to shit on Guns N' Roses a little bit. I never really listened to them that much. Like, I only really know like the hits. The guitar solo for that song is good if I remember correctly. And like, once it gets into it, it's enjoyable, but just getting past the intro is too hard for me, I think. Because it's just so like piercing to my skull in ways that I don't like. "40 would run with smokes." Then you'd sound a lot different, I think, right? Then you'd get like the low gravelly voice. Just telling people to get you cigarettes. It's like Rocco's Modern Life. What is Miss Bighead or something like that, I think, is it, right? Rocco, won't you take off my socks? Somewhere out there, someone likes, like, someone has a fetish for her somewhere, and I would never understand it, but someone probably does. There's a horny for everything. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all up to you. Like, honestly, I think as far as choosing whether or not to use a camera or not goes, like, it should be whatever you feel comfortable with in the moment. Thank you, King. Some people have sad, empty, lonely void feelings from just emotional feelings and those types of things. Other people just feel it every day going to the bathroom. Just every day. Also, I just realized that my shopping list for Nier has gone away. There, sorry, just wanted to get that back up. Every day. You go to the bathroom, you walk out of the door and see someone and they ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine, but you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they never understand. People crap every day. I think most people do. I mean, probably probably depends on your fiber intake, right? Is it more fiber, less poop? Is that what it is? Or is it less fiber, more poop? Whoa, oh hi, Scorpion. Why did you thud when I hit you? It's weird. I mean, I'm no gastro doctor type person, but I think you're supposed to poop every day. I think. At least once. Are you talking about on Twitch itself? I think the reason why it's harder to find people who play JRPGs is because they are a massive time investment and harder to play with like an audience that's jumping in and out. Because like if someone hasn't seen the last 30 hours of game to understand what's happening at hour 32 when some like big betrayal happens, I feel like most people would just leave as opposed to ask the streamer like, hey, give me a 30-second plot summary of the last 30 hours. You know what I mean? So it can be difficult, I think, to do that. Also, just like the time commitment itself. What is that? What is this? Leather. Oh, I don't care. Never mind. Saga Frontier is good because each story is only a couple hours. Well, that is good. Octopath Traveler 2. I mean, any game that has, you know, when games have a summary, like the Tales games are good about this, where they have like a dialogue, like a journal feature, where they like chronicle the story so far, so you can always go back and read it. Otoya Ryza has that too. I don't know if all of those types of games do, but Ryza does, and I'm very thankful for that because I don't play that game that often. It's like my chill and fall asleep game, and so it's always good to be able to read what I was up to like 2 months ago to understand what part of the story I was in. These stories like only a few hours. Oh, so more like separated stories than that. What? Isn't Final Fantasy VIII like what? Shouldn't that be like a 20 to 30 hour game? I have never played 8, so I don't know. I've happily played 7 all the way through. I've played, unfortunately, or not unfortunately, depending on your viewpoint, all of the Final Fantasy 13. Played part of 14. Played part, maybe like half of 12. Or not 12, sorry, 11. I always forget that 12's the other online one. I've played beginning of 6, but never beat it, but watched it been beat before. I think I've watched the playthrough of 9. I've definitely played the first 2 before, but probably not all the way to the end. Eight's long. 8 is the one with Squall? Is that right? Or is that a different one? 8 is Gunblades, right? Or was that... am I mistaking it for 9? I always thought that one was interesting. I had a friend growing up who played it, and he would tell me about it. But he was like more my brother's friend than my friend, so I never like really like went to his place to like actually like watch him play. Which is what I did with Final Fantasy VII. I'd go over to my friend's house like every day after school. Partially, there were 3 reasons. Let's say 3 reasons. There are 3 reasons why I went over this kid's house every day after middle school, I think. One was because we were playing, or he had a PlayStation, and he had Final Fantasy VII. So I'd go over there, and I would play, or he would play Final Fantasy VII, and I would watch. Okay. The second reason was the moment we walked in through the door, kick off the shoes, right? And his kitchen was directly next to like the front porch entrance. And we'd grab a plate, or 2 plates, and his mother kept the snack cabinet very well stocked. Like super well stocked. And my parents didn't buy snacks, still don't really. But like we were not a snacking dessert household. We were, you know, eat your meal household. Nothing. So I didn't really ever eat snacks unless I was at a friend's place. So I always really relished going to places where I could eat snacks. And my friend's cabinet had chewy bars. It had like Nutty Buddy bars, brownies, like Chips Ahoy cookies, bags of chips, Fritos, like basically whatever you could find at like a Walmart in like the easy like food aisle. Essentially, this thing was stocked full of fruit roll-ups. Was another one, and his mom like didn't care that we ate them all because he was an only kid. So like she just kept it well stocked and ready to go. And so we would literally take 2 plates, like 1 plate each, pile them high with snacks, go downstairs, get a soda, play Final Fantasy VII to eat food and hang out. It was rather lovely. And the third reason, of course, was because I liked hanging out with the kid, obviously. Sadly, I haven't seen him in a very, very long time. I can't remember if he actually finished high school or not, but he ended up dropping out. I think he either dropped out or right after high school, got more into drugs, had a kid with some girl, and like, you know, kind of the road kind of skewed a bit away, so never really saw him too much then. But the snacks were great, and the memories of Final Fantasy VII, and like doing W Omega or whatever summon to bring Knights of the Round like 4 times or however many times it was that you could actually summon Knights of the Round in a row, and then leaving the PlayStation on to go make a sandwich and coming back down to see the Knights of the Round still going. Those are good times. Okay, there he is. I saw him on the map. Okay, sorry. I was reminiscing about delicious snack foods, so I wasn't reading the chat. Oh, we're talking about a remaster of 8? Sounds like garbage. Huh. You have a difference of opinion here. Chat fight. Chat fight. Get the popcorn. Anything? No. Did they try to do any AI upscaling with 8? Because I know, like, some of the previous ones, like was it 4 maybe? But there was a like AI upscaling mod for one of the Final Fantasies, and it looked pretty damn good. But I don't think it was on any of the 3D ones. Censored siren summon. I assume the siren was an attractive, bodacious lady of some variety. Some hard opinions here on Final Fantasy VIII. So I'm gonna guess that if I was to say that it's like, hey, like, what version of Final Fantasy VIII should I play if I ever played it, I would get 2 very different answers here. One would be get OG, and another would be remaster is fine. Or emulate, I suppose. Though I have a PS3, like I said, and a PS2, so I could probably play it on original hardware if it was easy to find, but... They censored her muff. Well, I mean, for Twitch, that would be helpful. So in that case, the remaster sounds like a better thing, if I were to ever do that. Because, you know, the last thing we need is get banned for pixels. Although they're first-party pixels, so do they not count anymore now that we live in a post-cyberpunk world? Where it's apparently okay to stream, like, full-on sex. As long as they quote-unquote first-party game. I will never understand that. Like, not that I want to stream Honey Pop to Twitch, because Honey Pop is for me to enjoy on my own time, not for you to enjoy. They're my relationships to develop with these lovely ladies. But the fact that it's just like outright banned. It's, you know, it's like, what the heck, man? Why? Honey Pop is a great puzzle game. It's enjoyable. It's just a match 3 or whatever it is, whatever that type of game is called. But it was enjoyable. The music was nice. The characters were amusing. Honey Pop 2, on the other hand, while being a better puzzle game, is less enjoyable in the character perspective. But like, it's first party. It's just explicitly sexual, which is why, you know, it's banned. But considering that like Twitch is like, oh yeah, well, Cyberpunk's fine, despite having actual sex in it and everything like that, because it's not part, or like not explicitly part of like the premise of the game, I guess, or part of it like that. It's not intended for you to jerk off to, I guess. It's the main thing. So. Do you know that the game that made the ESRB a thing is rather difficult to beat? I think it's called like, is it Night Party? Or, shoot. My friend mentioned it to me the other day because we played it the last time he visited. I had him and 2 other friends over, and I think it was available on the Switch. And it's a like one of those old games where they had a like pre-recorded video for the different paths that you would take. And that game is the reason that like the ESP or RB exists in the US, because that had like really dramatic violence and like, I don't remember, I can't remember if this, it's a bathroom scene. So she's naked, I think, and then she gets assaulted and murdered, and like the blood goes all over the place and everything like that. And like people didn't expect that to be in the game and whatnot. So like kids were buying the game and playing it and then realizing that was happening. So, and then ratings happened and the world was never the same. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought we were having a shadeless one here. Spawn the next one. Okay. That said, I don't think I would. I have zero plans to stream a Final Fantasy game. I think whether it be like an older one or a newer one, I think it's just too much of a time investment for me right now. Or commitment to giant story. Not that like I don't have 80 hours in this game, right? But this is also like the 4th playthrough of the second half, so it feels a little bit different there. And really the only reason why there's so many hours in here is because like the last 20 hours have basically been farming for the most part, because of horrible rates. So that said, I'm sure there are people who have worse rates. Because I got pretty lucky with the Black Pearls the other day, so I'm not going to complain too much. Though sometimes it does feel like complaining gets you drops. Though not this time. It's very romantic, so don't play it depressed. Good advice. I mean, I was just thinking that if I were to emulate it or something like that, I bet you there'd be issues with like timing for like the gunblade stuff. Because it's timing, right? Like you don't have to press the button at like a specific time or something to make it work, or to get extra damage or something. I feel like a lot of emulators don't do well with that type of thing. I could be wrong. I don't think I don't think I ever have streamed or emulated a PS2 game, I should say. So I don't really know what capabilities the various emulators have. So, And besides, like, I have a PS2, so I would probably just buy if I want to do that. So, like, I own all 3 Drakengard games, despite the fact that 2 of those were decently expensive to get. That said, Drakengard 2 is very, very inexpensive for a very good reason, and I would highly recommend not bothering to give anyone any money for it. Just watch it on YouTube if you really must know what happens in that game. And if you really want to suffer and feel the pain of the game, then you can watch my playthrough of it on YouTube as I go through all 3 endings, which are not worth it. And there's no shade here, so we're going back to the city. Ugh. Like, I mean, honestly, it's probably worth playing through once, like getting the first ending, but it is not worth going through for the other ones. What was that image? What are you talking about? We'll try to reset it. Zell dual string. I assume that's the shooty thingy mahoozit or something. But yeah, like Drakengard 2 improves on the combat of Drakengard 1 in a lot of ways. Like, the gameplay is better, objectively speaking, I'm pretty sure. Because you can swap weapons a lot more easily. Like, the fact that you can swap weapons, I think, is an upgrade. In-game, in-mission. I think they're more metal piercing. What else was there that were improvements? I feel like there was something else besides the weapon selection wheel. The health items are an upgrade. I think the upgrade system itself was slightly better, possibly. Like, there were good gameplay improvements in Drakengard 2 over Drakengard 1. That said, the story was complete ass. It was garbage. Did I do that? Oh, the flash? Yeah, that's just Pekara saying pain. I just flashed it real quick because I didn't actually want it to play the pain thing. Martial arts guys limit breaks. Okay. Sorry. I've never played the game, so I don't know these things. The blue flash, yeah, it's this. That's what you're talking about. It's just me turning this on and off real fast. Unless there's some other blue flash that you're talking about that isn't just Pekara. Poke. It's kind of funny that like I use Pekara for that. That's it. That's her purpose for me, is just pain Pekko. Because I don't really watch her otherwise. Like, I've seen a few clips of her and whatnot, know her as a character, enjoy her when she shows up in the HoloLive anime skits. But like, don't actually follow or watch like any of her videos or social media or anything like that. Yet she's the one who comes to mind like the second most often. Wait, was there a drop? Hold on, it's yellow. What do we got? What do we got? That's what we got. We have another metal piercing. We only need one more of these bracelets. Only one more. We're doing okay. We've only been farming the bracelets for 2 hours? We're getting 1 per hour. It's a decent rate. Yeah, look at that, see? Between... Oh, sorry, no, hour and a half? No, I can't math. Sorry. 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. We've gotten 4 Damascus steels and 2 bracelets. That's pretty good. How do I stay positive? I feel like there's like 5 jokes that we could branch off here. Which one should we go with? How to stay positive. I mean, you don't have to be positive all the time. I feel like being positive, like you can't really force it. I mean, maybe you can. Maybe you can fake it till you make it type deal sometimes. Like when you force yourself to like do really awful like fake laughter and then it slowly turns into real laughter because of how ridiculous you feel doing it. That's one thing to do, I suppose. But I don't really know if that works for just general camera. What are you doing? General optimism's sakes. I don't know. I kind of feel like at some point you reach like a certain level of being so fed up with yourself that you just like stop. Like you can only be so miserable, you know? Like at some point you gotta reach rock bottom, and then from then on up, there's the only way out is up. So you gotta keep going up. But I mean, there's a lot of people who have like really shit lives, and if you have access to the internet, you are not one of them. So you kind of got it already like better than some other people. So you can probably start there as far as like finding things to be happy about. And like it's probably fairly cliche because I mean like it's kind of the like think of the starving children in Africa type deal when like your mom tells you that you need to eat your carrots or something. Like I don't wait, I have to think of a vegetable that I actually don't like. Raw carrots, because I don't like raw carrots. But I was also never forced to eat them, I think, because we always just cooked them. Because why wouldn't you cook them? They taste so much better that way. I don't know. I'm trying to think, because I don't feel like I have anything particularly special that I do. We're just like there's no point in like being like negative all the time, I guess, because in the end of it, probably the only person who like you're really gonna bring down with it is, you know, some of the people around you maybe, but also yourself. And like there's no reason to bring yourself down. Like the world will try to do that enough like without you helping it along. So might as well, you know, try to stay positive to some degree. But when something's out of your control, I mean, you can either accept it or try to change it, I suppose. And it kind of depends on whatever that thing is, right? But I tend to just kind of accept things as they are and then move on. Or try to, the best I can. So. But I mean, if you choose not to accept something, then from that point on, you got to take your baby steps, I think, from there, because then it just becomes like the war of attrition against yourself and ever oppressing moods. Because like whenever you're faced with like a massive problem of any kind, like whether it's work, emotional, or anything like that, anything that feels overwhelming, it's probably best to take it in parts as much as possible, because if you try to tackle everything at once, especially if it's like something complicated where there's multiple steps to it or anything like that, then you're probably going to get overwhelmed and going to get paralyzed by it and won't be able to move forward. So it's better to do whatever you can now and take those baby steps forward until you start making progress. And even when it doesn't feel like you're making progress because you're just taking those small steps, you are, and it's probably good to remind yourself of that kind of thing. I mean, like, an example of something similar to that. God, lock on. Why? No! Huh? No, nothing. A good example of that I can think of was when I was rather displeased about my weight because, you know, like a year and a half ago, 2 years now, I was up to the highest weight I'd ever been, which is 205, which doesn't, like, it's not super big. Like, it's not ultra fat, but it's enough to start showing, like, a decent little tire belly type thing and start to feel like nothing's fitting anymore and to get really down on yourself. And generally just feel unattractive and garbage-like. And, you know, I was floating around that weight for at least a year. I think was really unhappy about it. Like, generally, whenever I talked to a therapist, that was like one of the things that I would talk about, was just being unsatisfied with weight. So eventually I actually did something about it, which is portion control and calorie counting, which I still do, but like that's another like little baby steps. Like you don't even feel like you're making any progress. Oh wow, no shade spawned. Hold on, let's go respawn it. You don't feel like you're making any progress at all when you start cutting back just with only calorie counting, because it takes a while. Like it takes you like a week or 2 weeks at a time to lose like a single pound if all you're doing is cutting back on calories. But it's hard the entire time because like you only ate 1,800 calories that day or something like that, which is, you know, a good amount. But if you're weighed 205, you don't need that much because you already got plenty in reserve. So there's that. And like, you don't feel like you're making progress, but if you keep track of it, which is why like apps work really well for that. Like the one I looked at a number of different apps, and I even tried just using a whiteboard, and it didn't work for me trying to do it like that. I needed something that I could look up the calories with. That way I could actually like keep track of it and turn it into a habit of adding in that kind of thing. Why are no shade spawning? We're going to facade. We're going to spawn them on that side. But after doing it for like a month or two, you know, you see those first like 3 or 4 pounds drop off, and that's encouraging. And so you keep doing it. And for me, the only person who knew that I was actually like counting calories was me for a while, because I didn't mention it to my friends. I didn't try to get like anyone's help with it or anything like that, like get a fitness buddy or those types of things, because, you know, I was embarrassed. Like, I didn't like the fact that I was overweight and that I felt fat and gross. I don't want to talk about that to people. So started doing it by myself, kept doing it, you know, some shame and embarrassment in there. But, you know, the longer I worked at it and the more pounds started to fall off, the longer I stuck with it, the, you know, more open I got about it, up until now, where, you know, I've lost like those 55 pounds or so and have gone back to like a normal weight for my size and everything else, and generally like feel better about myself because of it. But, you know, it's little baby steps. And like I said, you know, it didn't feel like a lot of progress being made sometimes. And even now, like every now and then I still get down on myself about it because I don't feel like I'm all the way, because I only did the calorie counting stuff. I didn't do any exercise, which was like the main reason why I went with it, because I just too lazy to do exercise. But if I did do exercise, I would slim down more and probably actually get like decent muscle and like other things going on that would probably be attractive. But I'm lazy and just want to play video games and read comics and watch anime all day, so I don't. So I'm learning to be satisfied with what I got. All right, let's see here. I do agree it is easier if you have someone cute to motivate you. This is true. Cute things are cute. So, thus, get yourself a waifu or a husbando. No, just kidding. I mean, maybe. You could watch How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift. That one's a fairly encouraging anime about weightlifting and fitness. You did fasting and lost 70 pounds in 5 months, which is extreme. Yes, it is. That was something I wanted to avoid. Extreme weight loss leads to excess skin, which is not attractive. So I wanted to avoid that, which is why I was more content to do the calorie counting stuff. And it doesn't lead it there for everyone. People are different. Like, it depends on how well you take care of your skin and those types of things, like how well your elasticity is as well as probably to some degree genetics and those types of things. So, but the slower you lose the weight, the better your body like adjusts the amount of skin you have to it. So losing weight slowly is a good way to try to avoid that. So it's just the way it is. But yeah, I don't know if that like answered the question about staying positive. Yes! Yes! You see that? You see that? That is the third bracelet. Tried counting calories, but bad at math. That's why you use an app. I use one called Fat Secret because you can look up the calories in the food you're eating, just like with the search bar, or scan the barcode if it has a barcode and someone's entered it into. So, don't own a phone. I think they have a website. If you go, I think it's a .com. So if you look up fatsecret.com, or just look up Fat Secret, and if it's not a .com, you'll probably find it. But they have a website. Thanks, Pizza Dad. Okay, I'm just saying that part of the reason I lost those 55 pounds was because of Domino's and eating pizza, because the calories are on the menu, which makes it extremely easy to plan for like being under a certain amount of calories each day when you know exactly how many you're getting because you had 2 slices of pizza for lunch and for dinner and Cheerios and milk for breakfast. Like that, and then eating wings and those things, you really don't feel like you're dieting when you're eating pizza like twice a week. Like, the name Pizza Eater isn't just for show. I do eat a lot of pizza. And you know, everyone will probably tell you that eating processed food is bad for you and everything else, but it sure is good for counting calories. Just saying. But really, like, learning to say no to yourself because you're counting calories and you realize like, well, I can't eat X because if I do, I'll be over on my calorie counts. And if I'm over on my calorie count, like more than once a week or more than twice a week or so, then I'm not going to lose the weight that I want. And, you know, you'll see the consequence of it and stuff. Learning that and like really internalizing that like helps you do portion control, like in your general life and eating and such, even when you're letting like loose, so to say. Like I let loose this weekend when my friend was visiting because I don't like constrain my diet onto other people who are visiting and such. And like if we eat a bunch of food and such, then it's more fun if we're both enjoying it. And you can afford, like, no matter what diet you're on, like you can afford to like let loose every now and then, and it's better for you to do that. Like there's a thing called a zigzag diet, which is like the way that you trick your body into not going into starvation mode, which is bad because that's how you like hold on to all the calories and fat and like start getting like the starvation pot belly that you see in like the little commercials where like there are starving children in Africa and some like white dude with a beard is walking through like a giant like crowd of them, parting the seas of small bald heads and saying, for $1 a day or less, you could help poor Timmy here live his life. Or whatever. Do they still do those commercials? Like, are those still on TV? I don't own a TV or have cable, so I don't know. So I just don't eat for 2 days and eat soups. I mean,
What can I help you?
Lots of people fast, I guess, but I don't know if that works in the long run. But if it works for you, great. I'm not gonna question it if it's okay with you and your doctor. All right, so here we go. Here's the bracelets. Axe of Beheading. Oh, this is just lovely. Isn't this nice? Upgrading weapons. Achievement unlocked, Forging Master. You upgraded 33 weapons to their maximum level. But we still have 4 more. There's still 5 hidden achievements remaining, it appears. But we're now at 37 out of 47 achievements. So that's pretty good, and we only have these 4 left to do, which we need what for? Necklaces, and earrings. So, bye Gideon. Nice hanging out with you. So I'm gonna go save in that place, the village, because we had to talk to Popola in order to trigger the Lost Shrine event. And and we're gonna do all that farming next time. Oh, did I tell you that you can make it back up onto you can make it onto, I think, that thing if you jump toward, what was it? I did something the other day where I made it without expecting to. I think I made it back onto here from, it wasn't over there. You know what? Never mind. I don't remember. Trophy doesn't count for DLC weapons. Yes, but my heart counts for DLC weapons. And it's just not the same ending of Route D if I don't like pour all my love into everything and then have it stripped away from me. It's just not the same. I need that kind of in my life. It's very important. It's like Decadus in Drakengard 3. He needs not only the front, but also the rear. Alright, so, saving. That was a good 2.5 hours. How is it only 2.5 hours of game time, yet we've been streaming for 4.5? Oh wait, because I did a save after we got the Damascus steel. That's how. So sorry, 2.5 hours for just the bracelets. So there you go. That's your time to beat for RNG competitions, if that's a thing. Anyway, I will. It is now, I think, past midnight. Yes, we are now past midnight here. So I gotta go bed and go work tomorrow and all that. No stream tomorrow, like I said earlier, but I'll repeat it again. No stream tomorrow. I have a dentist appointment in the evening, so I will not be around. I'll be bleeding from my gums, as per usual. But stream on Wednesday for farming the top of the Lost Shrine, and then hopefully upgrading everything from there, and getting exactly what we need. So, and then we'll be done. So, bye everyone. Take it easy. Have a good rest of your day or night or whatever it is, wherever you are, and I will catch you all next time. Bye for now.